Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Today we have the public hearing, and to start with, the City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. I'd like to call the public hearing for Monday, April 7th, 2025 to order. This public hearing is being convened pursuant to Section 464 of the Local Government Act to consider the proposed Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 1492.9, and Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 2000.152. At this public hearing, any person present who believes that his or her interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws shall be given an opportunity to be heard on the matters contained in the proposed bylaws. However, it is important that all who speak at this public hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaws. And it's my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. Those of you who wish to speak concerning this proposed bylaw should, at the appropriate time, commence your address to the council and public hearing by clearly stating your name and address for the record. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaws. It should be noted this public hearing is being recorded and web streamed live, and the recording will be posted on the website. The main function of council members is to listen to the views of the public. It is not a function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone who deems their interest in property to be affected shall be given the opportunity to be heard at this meeting. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. If you wish to provide a written submission to be included in the record of the public hearing, you must hand in that submission to the corporate officer prior to the close of that part of the public hearing dealing with the bylaw you are speaking to. Once that part of the public hearing has been adjourned, council is not able to receive any further information from the public on that matter. So if you have anything that you wish to submit in writing, now is the time to do it to Ms. Weeks, sitting over against the wall there. There you go. Before we conclude the public hearing. Thank you. During a public hearing, people sometimes become enthusiastic or emotional. Regardless of whether you favor or oppose any particular application or argument, please refrain from applause or other expressions of emotion. Restraint enables others whose views may or may not coincide with your own to exercise their own rights to express their views, and enables all views expressed to be heard in a setting that is impartial as possible. For each bylaw, there will be 3 calls for speakers. There will be a 2-minute time limit for each speaker. If you have already spoken during the first call, we ask that you refrain from speaking again until everyone else has had at least one opportunity to speak. After you've spoken, we ask that you follow staff direction, return to your seat, or exit the council chambers to the atrium if you do not have a seat. I will now ask the corporate officer to introduce the first item on the agenda, bylaw 1492.9. Ms. Weeks, if you would, please.
Thank you. So the Local Government Act may require a public hearing be held before council adopts an amendment to the zoning bylaw or official community plan. Hard copies of the staff reports and related information respecting the subject amendment bylaws have been available for public examination at City Hall, located at 100 Jensen Avenue East in the Parksville Civic and Technology Center since March 4th. This afternoon, there are 2 items on the agenda. The first is Plan Parksville Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 1492.9. In general terms, the purpose of the proposed amendment to the official community plan is to amend section 5.2.9, shopping center commercial policies, by eliminating policy 3A in order to facilitate the inclusion of multi-unit residential use. Lands subject to the proposed bylaw are located at 806, 810, 814, 818, 822, 826, 830, and 834 Island Highway West. That's legally described as Lot 1, District Lot 74 in a new district plan EPP 27137, and Lot 1, District Lot 74 in a new district plan VIP 74693. As of 10 a.m. this morning, Monday, April 7th, 5 total submissions were received in response to this application, with 4 individual signatories in opposition, none in support and none that did not specify clearly either support or opposition. So duplicate or multiple submissions from the same individual are counted only once, either in favor or opposition.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. I will make the announcement about cell phones. I didn't hear anything. I know. Silence means different things to different electronic devices, right? I get it. Been there. In fact, I'll turn mine off right now or check because that's what's going to happen. I know. Yes, it's still off. Ms. Weeks, if you could turn the microphone on the podium here on in the on position, we'll just leave it on for the duration since it's going to be that mic and my mic that's working. Thank you so much. I'm impressed. Everybody's very well behaved today. Very impressed. Thank you. I would like to invite anyone who considers their interest in Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 1492.9, and those that would be affected by the proposed bylaw to come forward to the microphone, which is now on, and give their name and civic address for the record. First time call. You, sir. You got to the podium first, so you get to go first. What? Good for you. Yeah. Thank you. Name and address, please, sir.
My name is Dave McLagan, and I live at 8 Constantine Place here in Parksville. 8 Constantine Place, located 200 meters southwest of the proposed development at 806 Island Highway West.
Thanks, Dave. Again, good.
The reason that I'm here today is that I attended your meeting on March 3rd and realized that this was going forward, and I sent you 2 emails, once on March 3rd and once on March 9th, voicing my concern in regard to the traffic impact assessment that was done for this development. And there was a number of errors in that traffic impact assessment that was done. And I included that because I've only got 2 minutes. I timed a 5-minute presentation, so I've only got 2 minutes, so I better talk fast. And but the written presentation does outline what those errors are. And primarily the errors are because the study was done based on COVID traffic volumes. The studies were done in 2021 and 2022 and adjusted by 6% upwards to base on current traffic volumes rather than using the actual traffic impact assessments, which should be done. I'm a real estate appraiser, have been for 42 years and have appraised a lot of properties based on developed applications. I'm very familiar with it. I've got a petition with 46 signatures of property owners in the immediate vicinity of this development who are opposed to the development. And just to summarize what the petition says on every single page, because I checked with the admin and said, okay, what's your petition supposed to do? It's what we are requesting is that City Council stay the development at 806 Island Highway West until a more accurate traffic impact assessment has been conducted by an independent third-party consulting firm, not Watt Consulting Group, who has done the previous 3 traffic impact assessments and have made errors on them. And this updated assessment must be based on actual traffic volumes occurring after the 413 Wembley apartment building has been completed and occupied, so the council has an accurate traffic impact assessment report to rely upon.
Okay, thank you, Dave. And you can come back for, if you didn't finish, you can come back on the second or third round if you didn't complete yours.
No, that'd be great. I might just do that.
But did you submit your petition that you?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the petition's there.
That'll be on the official record then, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Next, please, first time speakers to the microphone, please.
Hello, my name is Richie Hughes. I live at 779 Briarwood Drive, which backs right onto the highway and looks right into Canadian Tire, etc. So there's hard to imagine someone who's more impacted than I would be, or the residents who live beside me. I'm for the development, but here is my concern: is that the boulevards, each side of is very, I would say, being kind, unsightly today. That big, long fence, I live like 20 feet from it. If the city was to line that, and by the way, I did very late, it wasn't until 12:17, I did put in,
We got it,
Yes.
sir. At the
Yeah.
last minute, we got it.
yes, sorry about that. But if they were just to line that with cherry trees, which are absolutely beautiful, I guarantee this. One, people would get behind it, maybe even help pay for it. I think the developer should pay for it. I think it could be done for $10,000 or $12,000 all in. There's no required infrastructure or watering or anything. Maybe sometimes you'll have to go water it with a truck or those little bags or whatever. But it will also draw people in because it will be absolutely beautiful entrance to Parksville. And there's a lot of benefits, keeping noise down, better for the climate, better for Parksville, better for everyone. And I think it's an easy thing to do. And I think we can do it this year. Thank you.
Thanks, Richie. Just a question. So that was some pretty quick photoshopping you did to get those nice plum trees on there.
Yes,
nice.
the AI generates what it wants when it comes to words, but yeah.
Well done, AI. Yeah. Anyways, so that's very good. My comment I'll make at this time to Richie, council will be considering, we had already put out an urban tree assessment study, and report has come back, and that will be presented to council in the next few months, as I understand it. So that was already done previous, and so we're ready to go on it. So I would suggest that maybe this would be addressed. I'll make sure that this gets put into the file as a suggestion perhaps as well. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Robert Whittam. I live at 21 Sunwest Place.
Sorry, your first name again, sir?
Robert.
Rob.
Robert.
Thank you.
And Sunwest Place is adjacent to the two churches. You know, the church with the
Yep.
wooden spire adjacent to there. I was concerned about car parking. I don't know how many parking spaces there are per condo. Does anyone know? Because if there's only one, there's going to be even more cars parked on the roads.
Yeah, we can't answer questions at this time, sir. This is just to hear your comments.
Okay.
This suggests maybe we should look
Well,
at.
Yeah,
Car
okay.
parking.
Well, the next thing, can I just play you this very brief 15-second audio of the frogs in this area? Because no one will have actually heard this. Let me just play this if I can find it.
What's all these audience members doing high tech today? I mean, how about this? This is good. Thank you.
Bear with.
Go ahead, sir. Or make a good noise of a truck, whatever you like.
And this is the frogs where we're going to build.
Oh, the frogs.
And we hear this each year, actually. So there you go. It's quite impressive, actually, if you live in the area, to hear the frogs in that particular space.
Thank you.
That's all.
I'm pretty sure I recognize Kermit in there.
Thank you.
Yeah. And to your comments, sir, someone stopped me when I was walking in the area recently, said, come back at nighttime and listen to the frogs. He did. He really, and I was quite impressed. Anyways, I did. And it is, yeah, it's quite the symphony going on there. Thank you. Any other speakers, please?
Hi,
Welcome.
Beverly Bagnall, 399 Wembley Road, Parksville. I'm board president of the condo complex that is across the road from where the back of the building is going to be facing.
Right.
My concern is traffic in the event of, say, an earthquake, a fire, evacuation route. Right now, we have two ways of getting out of the area. We can go through the plaza beside the liquor store. We can go up Church Street. We can go through again a plaza to get out where the Canadian Tire is. Or we have to go into the next town. We're past the French Creek border to go down to the following stoplight. And I don't think there's been enough provisions made for that in emergency or even a non-emergency to evacuate all of these people from that area. And that's my concern as president of our board.
Thanks, Beverly, for your comments. Thank you. Any other speakers? Any other first-time speakers? Any other first-time speakers? Any? Oh, you got in just again. I didn't bring the gavel down. And everyone, yes, watch those stairs as you're coming down. They're marked with yellow, but we always catch a few people. Welcome.
Thank you. Elizabeth Gourlay, resident at 327 Rumor Crescent. And I submitted a little letter, but I can't let this go because the traffic situation is paramount to this particular area. And I think that when we look at all those developments, which will likely, there's almost 200 units there, times how many vehicles, it's just skewed to that particular location. Unfortunately, for the residents who live there, who already live there and pay taxes. And then we have all the outside traffic as well that use Church Road to go up to the landfill, to go to French Creek with the boats and vehicles. I feel like I've said this before on the other development, but I just can't let, we just have to look at this. We have to look at this traffic situation. And also to look at if construction does go ahead, which I wouldn't be surprised if it does, it doesn't. It's just where construction workers are going to park. Are they going to park at the church? Are they going to park along the no exit road, which is very narrow to begin with? It just totally must be part of the plan, must absolutely be part of the plan if this goes ahead. So thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Any other second-time speakers? Any other? There you go. There you go. Yeah, sorry, this gentleman, a first-time speaker. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's basically just, my name is Isaac Nicholin. I live right across from the back of the building. So it's 15 Southwest Place. Basically, my main concern is I walk those streets every day, basically. And that intersection, basically entering the mall from the Vanbury Road is very, very dangerous. Basically, when you cross the street, you have to go like 180 degrees to see the vehicle coming from Church Road, and then they have to turn into Vanbury, and then right away they have to turn into the entrance of Vanbury Road or Vanbury Mall. So basically, there's like an S, and it's dangerous. I mean, I'm 53 years old, and it's dangerous for me. And the people who use walkers, people who are disabled, and I think it's just safety wise not really good right now. And when we have this new development that's already being built, and this one that's being proposed, this is going to be totally unbearable. I think there will be real safety concern. That's all I had.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Thank you. Is there any other first-time speakers? 1, 2, 3. Is there any one that would like to come up for a second time now? Maybe Dave? Come on up, Dave.
Good guess. Yes. I'm able to get through most of the other things. I noticed that most of the aldermen had quite a few concerns when I mentioned errors in the Watt Consulting Group's previous traffic impact assessments for this development. And I'd like to point out some of those errors too. And this is one of the reasons why I think the third-party survey should be done from somebody besides them, because what they've done is on page, when you look at the 413 Wembley traffic volume estimate, they used a manual a manual called the ITE Trip Generation Manual 11th edition, which was published in 2021 to arrive at the estimated traffic volumes for the 413 Wembley development. Those 116 units are based on what they're saying is going to generate very minimal traffic for that area, for that intersection. And it's just not right. You can't use a manual. You've got to use actual traffic volume, actual traffic, studies, the actual numbers, account of the actual number of vehicles going through that intersection, which is sometimes in the summertime, I've noticed I go down Humphreys and then to go around the roundabout down Church to get to Wembley. And the traffic's lined up right to the roundabout. It's crazy. So you're sitting there for 10 or 15 minutes waiting to get through because of the three-way stop there. It's not a good scene at all. It's just too busy. Another error that's been made in the report is that they said that the access is coming off for the 413 Wembley development. The access is coming off Wembley for those apartment units. Well, they're not. It's coming off Church. So all those 116 units of people, when they want to go out, they're going to have to come down Church into that intersection at Wembley and Church and deal with all the traffic that's going out there. It's just going to multiply it even further. And finally, in regard to the Watt, again, talking to the Watt survey that was done, they relied on traffic volumes that were taken on September 2nd, 2021 to establish the traffic volumes for that corner. That was in the middle of COVID. There was no traffic going on in the middle of COVID. So no wonder the traffic volumes, they said everything's great. Well, geez, take another look, folks. I think it's worth another study. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Any other speakers for the second time? Come on up, sir.
I'm still Richie Hughes. My wife says I still live at the same address because I haven't said anything wrong yet. But I know there's a lot of people talking about traffic. And one thing that you don't have to do at night is if you were to go out to that strip of land, stand on the sidewalk there and feel what it feels like with cars going by at 60K an hour when you're literally only 2 feet away from those vehicles on the sidewalk. And I see the developer is going to add a sidewalk, but I would recommend also that there has to be a bike lane and maybe a reduction. I hate to say it, reduction of speed down to 50 because it's going to become more of a residential area, and residential areas for safety, generally it's a good idea to have reduced speeds. So if you were to go out and, so I suggest even today at any time, feel what it's like to walk down that sidewalk facing traffic, it doesn't feel very good because of the speed of the vehicles and the proximity to your body. So if it was a little bit more spaced, it would feel a lot better. That's it.
Thanks, Richie. Any other second time speakers, please? Any other second time speakers? We'll even go to third time speakers now. If there's anyone who wants to speak for a third time.
Sure, I'll go at it.
This
This is my last minute. I've got two minutes so far, and this will be my last 1 minute. In the presentation that I gave to over on the desk there for your admin staff, there was a map attached to it which showed the properties that were surveyed and the survey areas for the petition, and within that surveyed area. And I'm glad that the lady came up in regard to the condo building, the 2-story condo building at 339, because I wasn't able to get in that building. It's locked, and I didn't want to disturb the people that live there. But of the 43 houses that I did petition and knocked on doors and met people, which I've only been here a little over a year, so it was a nice introduction for me to get to know my neighbors. 46 signatures resulted from that petition, from knocking on 43 doors, house doors. And in no situations at all did people say that they didn't want to sign the petition. Every single person that signed that petition feels that the traffic impact of putting almost 200 units on those two corners, kitty corner to each other, is gonna, like, it's bad enough right now without any traffic, without those two buildings being built. But if you add those almost 200 units, 400, 500 more people, it's just going to be crazy at that intersection. And to say from the study, which says everything's great, there's not going to be any problems, we don't have to change anything. That's why I feel it's imperative that council consider an up-to-date study on a traffic impact assessment for that corner. And that's the last thing I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. Any other speakers, first, second, or third? I'm open. All offers. Go ahead. Come on, sir.
I just wanted to say basically about the parking in that area, Wembley Street behind the building. It's a pretty narrow street, and whatever is, if anything is going to be built, it needs to be considered basically the number of parking spots that they have, the number of residents that they're going to be, and the number of parking spots that are going to be reserved for commercial. Because if you're going to have vehicles parked on the side of the road, and let's imagine on both sides of the road, that's going to turn into one-way lane. So it's not going to be good. So I think we should really review the number of parking spots that they're planning, the number of units, the number of people that are going to be housed there, and the number of commercial parking spots that are going to be planned, to make sure that whatever is being built, if anything is going to be built, has enough parking on sites, not on streets.
Thank you, sir. Any other third time speakers, or second or first at this time? Okay, I'm going to go to the next one, but I'll just make a quick comment that a lot of your comments and so forth recognize that council, we're listening attentively, but we're not taking notes because we can't write that fast, quite frankly. But we have staff that are listening to everything that's going on right now, and all your notes and all your speaking notes are being recorded and will be presented anyways to our planning staff and so forth, and the developer as well. So your notes are actually being recorded right now. I rest assured. Ms. Weeks, could you introduce the second item on the agenda, please?
The second item is zoning and development amendment bylaw 2025 number 2000.152. In general terms, the purpose of the proposed amendment to the zoning and development bylaw is to make changes to the comprehensive development CD12 zone in order to facilitate the inclusion of multiple family residential and mixed commercial residential uses, along with existing shopping mall uses, into a new CD12B subzone on a vacant portion of the site to the southeast of the existing mall. In addition, the general housekeeping to the CD12 zone is proposed to consolidate all existing subzones into CD12A. Lands subject to the proposed bylaw are located at 806, 810, 814, 818, 822, 826, 830, and 834 Island Highway West, legally described as Lot 1, District Lot 74, in a Neuse District Plan EPP 27137, and Lot 1, District Lot 74, in a Neuse District Plan VIP 74693. As of 10 a.m. this morning, Monday, April 7th, 5 total submissions were received in response to this application, with 4 individual signatories in opposition, none in support, and none that did not specify clearly either support or opposition. Duplicate or multiple submissions from the same individual were counted only once, either in favor or in opposition.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. So you heard it what's up in front of us right now, as described by Ms. Weeks. So I'm going to ask anyone to step up to the microphone if they have any comments regarding this latest zoning and development amendment bylaw. Any first-time speakers? Any first-time speakers? Any first-time speakers? That is it. So chances are there'll be no second-time speakers. I'm just guessing here. So anyone have any comments on this particular amendment bylaw that's in the room right now? Seeing none, thank you. So correspondence has been received, correspondence received by noon on Friday, April 4th has been logged and made available online and in hard copy for public viewing prior to the public hearing. All correspondence, including correspondence received after noon on April 4th, up to the adjournment of this public hearing, has been collected and will now be received and considered by council and will form part of the public record. This correspondence shall be made available for viewing after the public hearing as soon as possible. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that all correspondence received regarding the proposed Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 1492.9, and or Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 2000.152 be received? Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Beal. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you, one and all. I would like to ask for a motion right now to terminate the public hearing for Plan Parksville Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 1492.9, and Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 2000.152. Need a mover or seconder for that? Or adjournment? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Wood. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. We are adjourned, folks. I kind of just point this out before you leave, that once the public hearing is adjourned, council cannot entertain further submissions or correspondence from the public on the proposed bylaw. We have now called for adjournment, and we're finished on the public hearing. Thank you for your interest and your cooperation and behaving very well, I must say. So thank you for that. And we'll just take a 2-minute recess before we reconvene into our council meeting of April 7th. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Please, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the April 7th regular meeting of Council. The City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. Up first, we have our consent agenda regarding the minutes of the council meeting held March 17th, 2025, and also approval of the council meeting agenda for today. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendations, please? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any errors or omissions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. That carries. Thank you. Delegations, we have one delegation today from P. Anderson, D. Vasquez, close, nailed, and K. Bousfie. Zoning amendment application at 130 Lee Avenue regarding the zoning application at that same address. So welcome. Come on up to the microphone if you would, sir, or ladies and gentlemen, and anyone else attending. Thank you. And on the left-hand side button, it will go green. Yes, you're on. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, respectable mayor and the councillor. My name is Fiza. I will be presenting today on behalf of Priya Anderson. We are proposing zoning amendment at 130 Lee Avenue, and I will start the presentation. The lot is owned by Priya Anderson, Daniel Vasquez, and Gabe Caden. This is a lot which is facing toward Lee Avenue and toward the backlane Ford Avenue. We are proposing a zoning amendment. Existing zoning is RS1 and we are proposing it into SLR1 for a future subdivision of this lot to propose a duplex on each subdivided lot. A duplex facing Lee Avenue as well as on the Ford Avenue. As per the OCP, SLR1 and the zoning bylaws, SLR1 does support duplexes. And my client, they own the lot and they plan to move here eventually and live in one of the units. So for the proposed development, some of the highlights that I wanted to mention, we are proposing duplexes, but since this is a single family RS1 zoned area, we will be keeping the character of a single family home. And also we are proposing a shared driveway to reduce the impact on the sidewalk as well as the any impact on the people the pedestrian or the bikers. We are going for EV chargers in each garage to make it more sustainable and energy efficient, and as well as the designs which will comply as a sustainable design. Some of the important points will be the proposing more landscaping areas with native and drought tolerant plants, and as well as at least one front yard tree. For the community benefits, since there are more single family homes as well as condos, we are going for a more variety of housing to attract more young families into the neighborhood. Since this is an existing lot and we will be using the existing infrastructure, so that's more like supporting local roads, utilities, and municipal services. For the future development, we hope to work with local developers and construction industry to engage more of local economy. This is a very initial visualization for what we are planning for the development on our lot. This is the view from Lee Avenue, but the same view will be from the Ford Avenue. As you can see, the lot on the right is right now undeveloped, and lot on the left has a single family home. And so we want to create a more like a single family home look with a shared driveway. This is the existing streetscape from the Lee Avenue on the above. The house from second to the left is our existing single family home with the basement and a main floor, a 2-story single family home. And this is what we are proposing to replace it with another duplex, above grade duplex. But then again, just one single driveway to have a minimum impact on the sidewalk. And then on the right is undeveloped land, and then there is another single family home, which is single story structure. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, that's good visuals. I appreciated that.
Thank you so much.
Some proposing onto the neighborhood. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the delegation? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very, very visualized very well, which was helpful. We were in the previous public meeting, there was about parking, where the car is
Yeah.
going to go.
Yeah.
So I see you have 2 garages there. Is there any room in the front, other than on the street, in the front of the building to put another car?
Yes. I will go back in our presentation to show
Yeah.
the already site plan. The garage is at the setback of 4.5 meter, which is the standard. So that
Mhm.
will provide more parking space. As well as in the garage, there will be single parking space
Parking in the
for
garage.
the, yes, for the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorr, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of things I want to notice and want to mention that you talked about preserving the character of the neighborhood. I
Yes.
think that's very important. I really like what you're proposing. I think it's going to be a really good fit for the neighborhood. My only question is, these duplexes, would they be like completely identical looking on either side and same color? Just trying to preserve, some more character to it, maybe different colors on others, one side, different contoured roofs, whatever. So we don't have like a cookie cutter looking neighborhood downtown.
Yes, so this is visuals are at very early stage and just wanted to showcase what we will be planning as a duplex, showing the character. But yes, this is a good consideration that we can, as we move along, because we are at the rezoning stage, we will be moving to subdivision stage at the next stage, and then the DP. So yes, that can be something that we will be considering as we move forward.
Okay, you good? Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'd just like to comment and compliment you on the integration, the plan for additional housing that would integrate quite well and provide a very nice transition from that higher density to the single family. So it's really nice to see something townhouses do provide. I think you put in your presentation somewhere that kind of missing middle, something that would appeal more to families and the like. And the location is a fantastic one, so close to the downtown area, not far to the beach and to other park areas. So I look forward to seeing more. I realize this is a subdivision request and that further down the road, if it goes ahead, that there would be a development permit request. And at that point, there'd be even more detail. So
Yes,
thank you very much.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions to the gallery? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself, thank you very much for the presentation. On this slide that we're looking at, it says 1,072 square feet. So that would be for the bottom floor. Is it, or is
Yeah.
that for the, yeah, right?
Yeah.
And so there'd be some more square footage on the second floor.
Yeah.
Are we kind of looking at maybe a 3-bedroom for each side of each duplex?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that's great for families, and I just wanted
Yes.
to mention that. Is that a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom, or sorry, bathroom? Are you aiming for 1 bathroom or 2 bathrooms?
We
for
are
each?
aiming for 3 bathrooms.
3
one-
bathrooms in
One
each.
on main floor, about powder bathroom, and 2 on the upper floor.
Excellent.
But
Thank you.
yes, looking more toward designing attracting the young families. That's the idea.
Great. Any other comments? That's great. I think we've all done. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done.
Thank you so
And,
much.
yeah, thanks for taking the time. The council, moving forward, we're looking at correspondence now. We have one piece of correspondence from the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities regarding a feedback request reforming the Local Government Act. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Wood. All those in favor? All those in that carries. Sorry, I forgot to ask if there's any discussion. Is there any discussion? No. Thank you. Okay, do we have the first report on the agenda is regarding the Grant and Aid Select Committee. The spring 2025 grant and aid applications have been received and approved. I'm going to ask for a comment from the individuals that were entrusted to this very important grant process. Would be Councillor Beal and Councillor Wood. Would you like to speak to it? Councillor Beal, go ahead if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I really do consider it quite a privilege to be able to look at these applications. They're always amazing projects put forth by generally volunteer groups or, small B budget groups in our community. And although the amounts that are requested are relatively small, I know that it's not a small item for these groups. You will notice with the final results there that there are a couple of applications that did not receive anything. And in these cases, they were groups that either had a larger appeal. They really drew on the larger area within the Oceanside area, so beyond the boundaries of Parksville, or in fact, maybe lay outside the boundaries of Parksville. And so certainly our thought was that we would want to encourage those to apply directly to the RDN, which also provides grant and aid. So thank you.
Yeah, and Councillor Beal, could you just read out the names and the amounts approved, just for the approved applicants, if you would, please?
Absolutely, my pleasure. So the Aerosmith Healthcare Foundation, which operates Coakley Manor and Aerosmith Lodge on Molliette, was approved for $800. Friends of Foster Park, $350. Haven Society, $500. Mount Aerosmith Pipe Band, $500. Parksville and District Historical Society, $350, for a grand total of $2,500.
Thank you. My appreciation to the two of you anyways for putting this through. It's a tough job to do. It really is. I know that there's always a lot of conversation around it. So thank you for your efforts. I would like to ask for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. As noted, moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further discussion? Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Councillor. What, if you remember, I'm sorry, I'm going to challenge your memory, but what was the request for Oceanside Community Church? What was the amount and what were they asking for? Do you remember?
I'm afraid I don't recall the amount and I don't have that in front of me.
I would,
And since
yeah.
the facility is outside the boundary of Parksville, it seemed more appropriate for them to look to the RDN for any support.
Thank you.
I think we can look that up at a later time. Councillor Gore, that'd be okay. Any other comments? All those in favor? Or, yeah, okay, here we got it. Carries unanimous. Thank you. The next report on the agenda is from the Director of Community Planning and Building regarding a development permit application at 1175 Franklin Gull Road to consider issuance of a development permit. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendations as noted? Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any discussion? Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, I have a question for our Director of Planning. I see that there's a request to build a residential unit on this lot. I was just curious, how much of uptake do we see for these kind of residential units in the industrial park? And who are the primary users of this? Are these permanent full-time? I doubt any family member with young children living in the industrial park.
If you would, Mr. Russell.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore. We don't have specific demographics on the residents, so I would go with your guess that it's probably less family oriented than maybe some other residences. Many times they may be employees of the establishment, sort of extra eyes at night to provide security. Sometimes they're just people that are rented to. And then as far as the uptake, I would say it's occasional. It's very incremental, like maybe one every couple of years, every 2 years, let's say, on average.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The reason I asked is that the zoning does allow a permanent full-time residence in this zone, correct? That was my alluding to the question.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore, it allows for, I believe, an accessory residence and allows for one. That's correct.
Yes, Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to answer that question. I know a young family that moved into one of those units. They had one young small child and it was just perfect for them. So, there is several there in the area and they are eyes and ears for sure. And I know the landlord of that property. So I was pleased to see that there was a home for a young couple. He was starting out in business and they have one small child there. So that's my own experience already. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll comment on that as well, Councillor Martin. You're quite right. I know of instances where one of the employees of the business has actually lived there and provided somewhat eyes and ears on the site at the same time, but it was like a young person starting out, and by able to include accommodation as well as the employment, it enabled them to stay in our community, and so which is a good thing. So thank you for that. Any other questions? I got a mover and a seconder already. All those approved? That carries. Thank you so much. Reports. The next report on the agenda is also the Director of Community Planning and Building zoning amendment application at 130 Lee Avenue to consider zoning and development bylaw amendment. Do I have a mover or a seconder for the recommendations as noted? Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Franz.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to council. Just try this one. Thank you. I just want to say these kind of applications that excite me to see come through in the community. Let's try this one back now. I'm excited to see what the community thinks of it when we get some feedback from them as well, but I hope that they're as excited as I am seeing this presentation. I think it's really well done. It's smart, the design, particularly with the driveway, so it's not cutting across two different sections. I like duplex housing. I think it's great for generational kind of housing. Also adds safety to it. Shared costs of things like roofs or different things that need to be done on the property. So I think it's smart housing to have. It looks fantastic from what we saw in the renderings there. So I just wanted to pass it along to council. It excites me. I wish we could see more of these types of things, and the location, as Councillor Beal mentioned, I think is a good spot, a good fit for it. So appreciate the presentation we had earlier and look forward to seeing how this one rolls along.
Thank you, Councillor Franz, and I'll echo so much. This brings affordability right to the front line, without any taxpayer implications. And that's why I'm truly appreciative of that, because we have a great resistance to increasing taxes. And this actually brings it by the owner of the property, developing the property in a respectful manner. And by that doing is actually making affordable housing for families to come to our area. And yes, we are attempting to make a very diverse community here, and that helps us. So thank you for paying attention and for doing what you do. We're looking forward to actually seeing your development have a completion date. Yeah, thank you very much. So is there any further comments? All those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you. The next report on the agenda is a presentation from Ms. Holmes, our Director of Finance for the amended. One, two, three.
Testing. Good. Hello. Oh, really close. Okay. Let me do this. Does that work? Really close works. Does really close work for you, Mayor? No. Okay. Okay.
We should, one, two, three. Yes. We need Energizer Bunny batteries. That's what we need. Okay. Thank you. No, I think we're okay. We're going to roll with it.
Should I proceed?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm back. Here we are again, this time looking at our amended financial plan, ultimately for the purpose of setting our property tax rates and setting a property tax bylaw. And so today I'd like to go through just what our timelines and process are related to the amended financial plan. Give you an update on our BC assessment revised roll, which was available March the 31st. And some updated information with respect to the fire hall project, and then get into the surplus and reserves transfers that it also relates to a report that you have on the agenda today. So today is our first meeting with respect to the amended financial plan. We'll go through those things that I mentioned, and then continue our discussions about the amended financial plan at the April 9th Committee of the Whole meeting on Wednesday. And I expect that's the day that we'll get into the details of changes for your approval. On April 23rd, as you know, any resolutions made by the committee on Wednesday need to be carried forward to a council meeting for approval. And so we'll bring those forward on April the 23rd and look for further direction if you have any at that time related to property tax rates, water and sewer rates, or any other changes that you'd like to make to the amended financial plan. Then on May the 5th, we would be bringing forward the bylaws that pull together all of that information that you've approved. And so that'll be the financial plan bylaw, the property tax rates bylaw, and the water and sewer rates bylaw. We have an extra meeting scheduled tentatively on May the 7th for final approval of all of those. If you recall, these bylaws have to be approved before May the 15th. So we always run into a bit of a tight timeline on this one. What I will say about this year's amended financial plan, I've only been here for 6 years, but we've had a couple of really tumultuous years, the first being during COVID, and this year with last week's announcements of various tariffs and the changing environmental and economic and human rights environments keeps us hopping each day. And so I'll be bringing forward to you some ideas for how we might plan around that or prepare for that. Some of the things that staff has been doing, as well as doing our best to possibly bring some ideas for reducing that property tax increase, recognizing that the economic climate for not only the city, but all of our residents is in turmoil right now and seems to change daily. Okay, just to remind you of what types of amendments you might see to the financial plan. Typically, this April amendment is only bringing you any new information that we didn't have when we adopted the financial plan in January, as well as any significant updates that really change the picture that was presented in that financial plan. And finally, things that happened in the 2024 year end that changed the numbers. For example, if a project was in process at year end, what the split between what ended up finishing in 2024 and what we needed in 2025. Most of those changes are net zero to the property taxes because we're carrying forward the funding that was approved last year, but we'll bring those forward for you for your approval and making sure that you want to continue with projects that maybe aren't started at this time. As a matter of process, we still do all of our public consultation and still have our Let's Talk Parksville site up to provide information to residents, as well as doing news releases and other community consultation related to the financial plan. We can do a financial plan amendment at any time, as many times as we want in a year, but they do all require some level of public consultation on all of them. Any questions on all of that before I get into some of the details? Okay, by way of reminder, these are kind of the revenue assumptions that are included in the financial plan that's already been adopted. And so the property tax increase that is included right now is at 7%. But please remember that that includes some significant increases to contributions to reserves. And so the kind of base level is 5.8%. And then we've got additional contributions to capital reserves for general water and sewer, as well as to the protective services reserve. And that's in addition to the capital funding envelope that is also contributed to reserve. So 7% is the total we're looking at on that. The water rates and sewer rates both include an assumption of a 6% increase. Any changes to these will come from your direction only. So once we've looked at all the changes on the expenditure side or any changes on the revenue side, then I'll provide you with some analysis around whether those could be increased or decreased depending on what's included in the plan. Looking at what that looks like for an impact to a what we would call an average single family residential home. Interesting with our BC assessment latest roll, that average single family dwelling home now has an assessed value of $795,000, which I think for Parksville would be quite shocking for a lot of people, but it's certainly where we were going. Last year was $782,000. For a lot of years, we used $750,000. So that number is increasing. So for a 7% increase, it's about $125 increase that average home would see. The water fees would be about $19, sewer fees about $14, and the total in a year, $158 with those increases that are currently included. Again, that's average single family, and so there's everything above and below that as well. Looking at our latest BC assessment roll, so the one that I use when we look at our provisional financial plan is based on what BC assessment calls the completed roll, and that's provided to municipalities as of the end of October, and it's meant to capture most of the information, but they always still have things that are in progress with respect to their assessments, including things like the non-market change where we've talked about our additions and deletions and changes within classes. And so the revised roll is the one that we use to set our property tax notices. And the 2025 roll is at $5.993 billion. as compared to 2024 revised roll was at $5.75 billion. So an increase over last year of $243 million. When I compared that roll to what we used in our provisional financial plan, there's been a drop of about $63 million. So that's just between October and March. And again, that's just kind of them shaking out and completing all of their things. But when you're talking about nearly $6 billion of value, the $63 million is not that big a change, right? So what it does mean though for us is I need to recalculate our property taxes at the 7% assumption that we made. And what I'm happy to report is that because of the mix of that change, we don't actually lose property tax revenue. And how that happens is that we have different rates for our residential and our other classes like commercial. Well, we ended up having a drop in the residential assessments and an increase in the business assessments, which is at a higher property tax rate. Those two offset and we ended up at about the same place where last year we had a drop and it did result in us having to reduce the amount of property tax revenue. Similarly, we don't have a big change in the non-market change, which is where we get some extra property tax generated. Otherwise, we apply the rates essentially to the same group, same number of properties as last year, and that non-market change can provide a bump in our total revenue. Any increases on, or any questions on that?
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. If you could go back the slide, Jetta, where you talk about the net, perhaps for next time, it would be good to have a comparison of what the tax increase is for a residential property, which is here, to have a comparison for the council to look at what is happening at the commercial level, to see what the businesses are facing in terms of tax increase. The reason I say this is because I had some people ask me, like, hey, my property tax, because I own this business, has gone way more multiple times than, because I also live in Parksville. So just to get an idea of how our businesses are being affected by the tax increase would be good to have for council. Thank you.
Yeah, through the mayor. Thank you for that question. That's a very complicated thing to provide, and I'll tell you why. One is when we're looking at homes, there's a lot of similarities in different types of homes. We have our single family dwellings, which is our largest group within class 1. Then there's strata properties, which again have some uniformity to them and we can kind of look at them as a group. The commercial and light industrial properties are all over the map in terms of their comparability, and the range of assessments in those properties is very, very significant. So to define an average is really, really difficult. I'll do some analysis and see if there's something that I could bring forward. It may be interesting to look at kind of what's the average tax bill for a commercial property. What I would say is that 7% rate does get applied equally to all of the properties that existed in the previous year. So depending on the non-market change, there can be some kind of change in how that looks at their property. The other thing that's difficult for commercial properties to estimate their taxes for the next year is because, again, not having that average number that they can compare to their increase relative to someone else's. With residential properties, we can say, if your increase was close to the increase for all of Parksville, then you're probably going to have a 7% increase in your taxes. However, if yours went down relative to the average or increase. So again, the commercial, we don't have that kind of comparative, but I'll see what I can bring. I'll maybe check and see what other municipalities maybe do in that regard and see if we can't provide something.
Thank you. Any other questions? You're out, Janet.
Okay, I just would like to look at the economic uncertainty that I referenced earlier, and I don't think anyone in the room is unaware of what's happening daily on this front. And clearly it's impacting all of us and impacting us in different ways. So I just wanted to review a little bit of how we're responding, mostly as a senior team in trying to assess the impacts on the city as well as on our community and what we are doing or hope to do in responding to that. So with respect to the city, first off, with respect to our procurement, our senior team has kind of looked both at our operating budgets as well as the capital and minor capital and said, is there anything we should be buying quickly? i.e. there were tariffs coming. This is something we've been looking at for several months already. Are there things that we should buy quickly because there might be tariffs? So one thing that we did with respect to our equipment replacement reserve, the most significant replacement this year was a backhoe. And we went immediately out, were able to get a contract on one within budget, no tariffs, including the contract also provides for if they don't deliver and there are tariffs in the meantime, that they'll honor that price. We were able to buy Canadian with that. And so that was something that we were able to do already. We also had in one of our joint venture financial plans to buy some solar panels. Again, we went and did that quickly before we saw some of the effects of the tariffs on that. So the other thing though is, are there things that can be deferred, both from just not using the funds right now, or do we think these are going to get hit with tariffs and we should just push them out if they're not critical? The one that is the most obvious on this, again, is our fleet purchases that are planned. And we, as you know, have had real difficulty procuring our fleet assets the last couple of years, really since COVID. And so we chatted with our fleet manager to say, okay, what should we be doing? Should we be adding 25% to all of these costs? Are there any that can be deferred? And so if we typically keep these trucks, for example, for 8 years, can we go to 10 years? And so what we've decided on that is rather than just adding 25%, because if it can last another year, why would we do that? Is to really look at the criticality of each and every purchase and look at the maintenance records, look at where it's at. Is it already beyond its life? Are we spending a lot on maintenance? And defer those vehicle prices if they're coming in way above what we would expect or want to pay for them. We're kind of looking at every purchase through that lens. Is it critical that we do this if the prices are coming in significantly higher? So as much as possible, we'll still go to public procurement. We'll still, according to council's direction, try to buy local or Canadian or BC. But if we're seeing prices coming back that are extraordinary, are being hit by tariffs, if they can be deferred, then we will defer, because I just think that's the smart thing to do rather than paying the extra 25% just to stick with our plan. I think this is a time to be really looking at how critical these purchases are. The other thing that I will bring to you, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, if I may here, Jetta. And I like that response at all, because before, when we ran into it before with the COVID, it was supply chain issue. And then the prices for all of our fleet and our vehicles and so forth were jacked up considerably. But basically it was supply and demand. The people weren't making them, they couldn't sell them. So they jacked up the prices accordingly. This one, we have a warning. We have a warning that this tariff thing, and we recognize now that it's not just a bluff, it's a reality, and we just don't know how long it's going to play out. So I think it'd be very seriously consider looking on all of our fleet and suggesting that, like, we're not going to be looking at it right at this point because everything is so fluid that we take all of our fleet that was about to be retired and replaced with new. And instead of doing that, we say we're going to stretch that to another year and just kind of let all of our people know that we're going to make it another year until things settle down. And I believe there's a number of factors. I go on to I'm part of the government, the federal, provincial, and municipal governments on Vancouver Island, and then all the federal for those areas as well. Bi-weekly, we have a meeting regarding the tariffs and what as municipalities we should be looking at and how we can work with each other. And that was one of the suggestions that came up and said, be careful about the automobile or the vehicle market, because that is the one that seems to be targeted at this particular point. So we're all taking a step back and just saying, okay, it's time to, do that extra maintenance on those vehicles and to keep them running properly because we're in very uneconomic times. So, but at least we've got a warning about it, so we can do that. So I appreciate your effort on just maybe not canceling the purchase, just delaying it until things settle down. 1 year from now, I think we'll have a very different picture of where we're going to be at. But right now, it's just it's daily the flux of change. So thank you.
Right, thank you. For clarity, I'm going to suggest for our equipment replacement reserve that we will generally, unless I hear from the fleet manager otherwise, we're going to leave the plan as it is and he's going to monitor it. Because what we're finding is that we go to all this work to estimate what the changes might be, and then next week there's no more tariff until the following week. So unless it's something that really is very discretionary that can be pushed off, we'll just leave it as is. And what we may find is that next year we're going to have even more, or our fleet manager just keeps in touch with the folks that he has relationships with and is just going to watch the market. Because I think that some of the specialists in this area are having a hard time understanding what the tariffs are going to apply to. Sometimes, what portion is Canadian made versus US made versus other made. So we'll monitor that. But I think right now we won't be bringing you a bunch of changes back on our equipment replacement reserve, but it just may be deferred. And as you know, our equipment replacement reserve has a very healthy balance, and we'll just hold that money as needed for next year's procurement if that's what ends up happening. And again, it's a day by day sort of thing.
Yeah, and to clarify, just to recognize that my comments were based on non-Canadian made product. If there's a Canadian supplier that's strictly Canadian that has no tariffs involved, then by all means we have to continue to support those Canadian manufacturers and those workers that have produced that. So I think it's incumbent upon us, if we were going to replace it and we don't have to pay a tariff, then by all means, that if it's scheduled to do it, go ahead and purchase that. But if there's a tariff on it, then that's the ones we want to get. Just to be clear, whereas not everything. If it's Canadian made, we still want to support the rest of our country here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next thing that I'll bring back to you on Wednesday is just looking at where we might add in contingencies to the financial plan and making conservative estimates for our expenditures and our cash management. And this really relates to expenditures that are critical, that we know need to go ahead. So operating the water treatment plant or different things that need to get done. And so because again, we don't know at this time what those tariff impacts might be, having some contingencies in the plan that are funded by our carry forward reserve, so there's no net impact to the property taxes. At the end of the day, we may not need them and we will hopefully get away with limited impact. But for those, we would like to say to council, let's put in a bit of a buffer that can be accessed with reporting back to you, but with no property tax impact. So that's something that I'll bring back to you on Wednesday. Our team has also been working with all of our municipal partners on this to monitor and prepare for what these impacts might be. That includes Civic Info, GFO ABC, which is the finance folks, LGMA, which is our local government management association. Canoe is the procurement group that we work with. And so we were able to do the backhoe through Canoe, and they're very on top of what's going on. This group worked closely together during COVID, trying to understand what all the impacts might be. And it's very good for us to have access to that kind of group thinking and what other municipalities are experiencing and what strategies they're using to prepare for what might be coming our way this year or for the next 3 years. Senior staff is also evaluating and developing response strategies to the risks and opportunities that are being provided by this. And there are opportunities that come from this. So we're looking at that, discussing that at our team meetings. Looking at impacts to the community, certainly one of my top priorities is evaluating all of our financial plan numbers to say, can we reduce the property tax increase? So I'm hoping to bring you back some ideas for that on Wednesday and the rest of our meetings. We have used we've got a couple of vacancies right now, so that generates a little bit of surplus from that vacancy. We're in the process of reallocating some of that to provide some additional staff downtown. Our expectation is because a lot of people are canceling trips to the US, we might see what we saw during COVID in that more people are coming to the island. And so we're likely going to need some extra people, custodian and park staff responding to extra cleaning of washrooms and emptying garbage cans and wherever we might see that. So we've got some extra contingency funding in our facilities and parks, just kind of thinking that that may happen in the community. We can't directly support a business, but we can provide these types of extra services, a little bit of an enhanced service level, with the expectation that we may see more happening in the park and in other areas within the community. Working with our community partners here, and so our PQB Tourism, the PDBA, and the Chamber, again, to understand their risks and opportunities. The opportunity being, if people are not going to Disneyland and they're going to come to Parksville instead, there's some opportunities for some of our resident businesses. On the other hand, there's people that may be experiencing job losses or reductions in their revenue in other sectors. So we need to understand in our community what that looks like. And then further, we're just seeing that whole buy local, i.e. in the Oceanside area in BC and Canada, is just really growing. And so trying to support however we can on that front. Any questions on that? Okay, the other thing I just wanted to remind council of before we start to get into some of the numbers is there's a number of projects going on this year that are behind the scenes that aren't reflected in our financial plan at this point. The one is our drinking water study that's kind of going on for a couple of years. Any recommendations that might come from that, and we don't know what those are, aren't reflected yet in the financial plan. Similar, council's given staff direction to bring back some ideas with respect to funding our asset management program. And so again, that's, you know, beyond what is being currently contributed to reserves. There aren't additional amounts shown in the financial plan. And we've seen in the presentation of those master plans that those amounts are significant. We still have 2 master plans to come for presentation to council, the transportation master plan and the storm master plan. And then just that analysis of the long-term financial impacts of all of these things and replacing both the infrastructure as well as the facilities. And we've got a number of new ones recently. So the first project that I'd like to bring some updated information to council on is the fire hall project. Just as a way of reminder, last July, we had order of magnitude estimates from the consultant and basically provided 3 main alternatives. The first being to renovate the current hall with an estimated cost of about $11 million, keeping in mind that that was the estimated cost then, and we're not sure where that goes. So these are last year's numbers. Alternative number 2 was a brand new hall at the same location. And if you recall, in the last 3 years, council approved the purchase of the 2 lots adjacent to the fire hall. So that property is there for this whole project. Alternative number 3 was to not renovate and not build, but to deal with the OH&S requirements. And that was more operating costs ranging from 2 million to 10 million, depending on what the resolution might be to those requirements. And so that was the kind of third option that was presented by the consultant. In the fall of 2024, we brought back some funding alternatives for those, which included a variety of different funding sources, debt, surplus, DCCs, reserves, gas tax. There's a whole bunch of different alternatives here. So we provided council with some of those ideas. And then on November 4th, council resolved that staff investigate the costs of getting to a Class B estimate, because that's part of the problem is the estimates above may or may not be really close. So with respect to alternative number 1, get a Class B estimate. If the cost was within the budget, then to go ahead and get that estimate. So that's where we ended with respect to the provisional financial plan. Just the kind of overview of this project is it is the most significant project right now in the financial plan. We know that some degree of investment is necessary. So there's a whole wide range of options, but the do nothing is not an option. We know we have some minimum things that need to be done. the decision of those options significantly impacts a number of different numbers in the financial plan, including spending reserve funds, allocating grants to this project versus it being available for other projects, and also operating numbers like future staffing levels that assume things like dorms and other services that would be within a new or renovated hall, adding to our full-time paid staff as compared to our volunteer force or paid on call, and then moving our operational shifts to 24 hours. Those operational changes are built into the current financial plan. So if we change the timing around the fire hall project, then there's likely impacts to all of that as well. So the pathways for each of these alternatives are a little bit complex. So with respect to council's resolution, I just want to provide, this is what's in our current financial plan. It's at a cost of $5 million, which is kind of an historic number that's been carried forward. The funding that was put in place related to that 5 million was land sale reserve, gas tax, growing communities fund, and then there's the share of capital that's recovered through the fire services agreement with the RDN. What I want to point out is that this doesn't reflect any option that is in front of council right now. And so we've had this in 2 years of the financial plan, basically carrying that forward until we had more information. Depending on what council decides to do, I think this is the year that we want to reflect what is our best guess at this point. This is somewhat disingenuous to have this in the financial plan. It's not actually something that is being looked at. There isn't a $5 million option on the table right now. So I think we need to look at this, including making sure that we're looking at our spending deadlines with respect to some of these grants. For example, the gas tax has an amount that has to be spent by the end of 2027. Growing Communities Fund has to be spent by the end of 2028. And unbelievably, those years are coming very quickly. So we want to make sure we have that in our sights and making sure that we, if not allocating here, that we're considering it for other projects as well. Okay, so where I think we're at today is we had a budget allocated of $220,000 related to kind of the planning and design side. The estimated cost to obtain a Class B estimate has come in about $330,000. So that's without any contingency there. So we're short in that budget about $110,000. If council still wanted to move ahead with that, there is funding in the land sale reserve that could be used for that, as well as gas tax could be used for that. Because if it's planning related to a capital project that is eligible, then it's eligible for that grant funding. So we can use gas tax for the fire hall. Therefore, the planning and design piece could come from gas tax. So in terms of very high level options for council, you could approve the additional funds and we could move forward with a Class B estimate and then bring that back. That wouldn't happen in time for the amended financial plan, but we could move forward with that basis. One upside of doing that would be that there is a separate stream of the gas tax, also known as Canada Community Building Fund. What we receive each year is called the Community Works Fund. There's also a Strategic Priorities Fund, and they're going to be opening that stream in the fall of this year, or that's the plan at this time. They typically do this. The Strategic Priorities Fund is meant to support infrastructure and capacity projects that are either very large or regional in scale. And so what we have seen in prior years in this fund is that they have funded a regional kind of fire service. So we feel that if we were to apply with the RDN as a fire hall that provides regional service, that we might be considered for this type of grant. So we would need to have that Class B estimate, I think, to move forward with that. The second option is to provide us with different direction. And again, that takes us back to those alternatives, brand new, dealing with our OH&S or renovating on some other basis and providing direction on that. As a reminder, we need to just understand status quo is not one of the options. We do have some OH&S issues that have been identified that we need to resolve. And I think if we're moving forward with capital works that would help to resolve those, I think that we have some momentum on that. If we're going to put a hold on the capital, then I think we need to look at those in a different capacity, which might include doing some more study of what those are and what some possible options and costs would be to resolve those issues. So that might be an option for council if moving forward on the capital is not something that you want to approve at this point. We might do some investigation on what the OH&S resolutions are. And what I would suggest, and we'll get into it with the reserves report, is that part of what the reserves allocation does is to put some money into our financial stabilization reserves to say, if these one-time studies come up, you could access that funding to do that. So doing some investigation into this might be at no cost to the property taxes this year. So, so I think there's some options. None of them are very straightforward. They all have some multiple pieces to consider, as well as understanding what the impacts are right now on the 5-year plan that's ahead of you. Questions on that?
It's like, I'll take this one first too. Thanks, Jetta. Appreciate that. I knew this was coming. I didn't know what was coming from down south. I can tell you that for sure. And I didn't know what was coming on a referendum that just went through on the weekend. My recommendation this time is to not do nothing, but put this whole project on hold for the fire hall project, I'm suggesting. And I would say not just for a year, I would say for the rest of our term. We have 16 months left, council, and we have 16 months to get things done. And I would suggest that this is not the time. The public are clearly speaking out loud and clear that they don't want expenditures on any major projects of any sort at this time. No matter how dire or how well financed they are, they don't want it. They don't want anything. And in fact, they want tax decreases. And this has become loud and clear, and this is only going to get louder. There's a lot of uncertainty with the public right now, their jobs and how things are going to impact them. It's in a very precarious situation. And so I would suggest instead of, I don't want to go to Class B estimate at this time because I don't feel that it's wise to get an estimate at this time, as in 2025 April, or even 3 months from now, because by the time that we're actually coming around to doing this fire hall project, the cost will have changed considerably. So I think that would just be $330,000 down the tube. That is wasteful. However, I feel that we have to deal with the OH&S issues. They have to be done. That has to be identified. Absolutely. We can't delay that because our crews are very important to us to stay safe. But at the same time, that can be funded from existing grants that we already have, like the gas tax and so forth, because they cannot be used for, are you saying no? They can't?
I'll just jump in there in that the gas tax in growing communities must be capital. So the OH&S would be considered operating, but I am saying that there are some reserve issues or reserve balances that could be used towards this. If there's a capital solution to an OH&S item, which maybe there is, then the gas tax could be used. But I think these are going to be more operating funding. For example, I think when the consultant presented the OH&S issues, one of the things was there might be need for an extra, say, ATCO trailer to create decontamination space, for example. That would be an operating lease of that extra space, for example, as a resolution to one of the OH&S issues. That we couldn't use gas tax on that, for example.
Yeah, well, I think we'll cross that when we get there. But at the same time, to identify what the OH&S issues are, I thought it was some just like capital improvements to the fire hall. You're renovating to make it more efficient and safer to use and that type of thing. And so if we could take, some of that gas tax and say, okay, we have to repurpose this room or repurpose this space or add space, or if we can do that with an ATCO trailer, then that may be what we want to do. But I just am not, I'm very fearful at this time. And I understand and I appreciate your dedication to making this not a tax increase possibly. But at the same time, I feel that this is not the time to tap into those reserves that we have. We have already in part, before this project came to mind here, we had the stormwater management that's coming through. That I believe, is that coming up in COTW on Wednesday? The stormwater?
It's the transportation.
Yeah,
plan on Wednesday.
I saw the transportation plan. I wasn't sure of stormwater.
Not quite done.
Yeah, but anyways, regardless, in between the transportation master plan and the stormwater management plan, I think we're going to be looking at coming up with some dollars, and this is all to do with our asset infrastructure management, and which is great. We're doing the right thing, and I want to have the money available. And so I would believe a lot of that's going to be capital projects that would take advantage of some. I know we got to use that grant funding. I think that we have a couple of things that are sitting on the shelf over here, just waiting to come in front of us, type of thing, and that's about how thick it's going to be. And everyone's going to have a dollar sign on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to have that money intact, ready for that. The comprehensive water plan, as you say, is coming through. It's coming through in stages as well. There can be some preliminary estimates as to what are immediate fixes that needed right away, to keep us in business at our water treatment plant and so forth. And that too will come with the price tag. So I really am in favor of, I'm sorry, so Mark, sorry, but at this time, this is not the right time. And I said it to a quotation about the pool referendum. It failed. Well, it's just bad timing. That's all. Thank you, Blue Rodeo. But
I was gonna say, I was just listening to that song.
I know that's exactly it. And it is all about bad timing. And that's where we're at right now. None of us could have foreseen what was happening here, but I'm very nervous and we have to be cautious. And I understand that this has merit, the project has merit, but at the same time, we have other projects that are already in the line. We've already got the estimates. We've already got the consultant reports are done. They're going to be in our hands, and we're going to have to make decisions on that. And every one of those decisions is going to cost money. But there was council resolutions that got them to this stage. And so I think it's respectful, like the transportation management plan. We even have an urban tree strategy that was a council resolution that we put forward, and that hasn't been presented to the council. Even to improve our tree strategy in the town is going to cost money. Mm-hmm. And so I want to have that. And then I have to look at the other thing as well is to do this, what you've done is already a huge amount of work. But at the same time, we have to have our staff have to start working on this project, on the fire hall project. And I understand staff capacity is limited. And quite frankly, I want staff capacity, all hands on deck to get the things through that we've already passed at this council resolution. I want them to be well underway or completed would be nice, but I want them well underway because that's what council and the previous one before has asked for. So this is good, but I think it's got to jump into the queue just like everybody else. But I don't want anybody to be hurt here, and we have to take care of that. That's just my comments up front. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you. And Jetta, could you speak again? I didn't really catch the number for the Strategic Priorities Fund. Is that from the RDN that we could apply to? And what was the amount?
Yeah, through the mayor. It's actually administered by the UBCM on behalf of the federal government. And what it is a different stream. The Canada Community Building Fund provided by the federal government has 3 streams. The 2 that we would be eligible for is our Community Works Fund. That's the annual amount we get. That's about $600,000. And then there's a Strategic Priorities Fund that is by application only. And so that's for very large or projects that are regional in nature. So typically you would have more than one local government coming together to apply for that. Or in our scenario, it would be from us, but we would ask for the RDN's support in applying for that because we have this regional fire services agreement to provide fire services to the electoral areas on either side of us. So I'm just identifying that as a different funding source
Mhm.
that we could apply. But again, that would be purely capital. And that would be kind of full speed ahead type project.
Right.
Where our regular community works fund, we can use that for planning and design of projects that are upcoming and things like that. Because that funding isn't application based. It's a 10-year agreement that we have.
Thank you. That kind of leads me
Yeah,
into the RDN services agreement. I'm personally not a big fan of when I saw that it takes RDN 20 years to pay back without any interest. I'm just curious, how did we even end up signing that sort of agreement? That we have to come up front for the cost, whether we are borrowing it, but the RDN pays back only the principal in 20 years' time. Doesn't make sense to me.
Through the mayor, I don't know how that base agreement came together. What I do think is that on very significant projects like this, there's a different conversation about it just based on the relationship that we have with them. So I've already started a conversation about this being a project. We've had it in the financial plan for many, many years. So that's something that we share with the RDN and have conversations about. So part of one of the things that's impacted by council's direction on this is either continuing that conversation to discuss exactly that, i.e. do they have reserves that they would rather just pay that piece right up front than it be part of that annual? So given our very good relationship with the RDN, I don't think that that's necessarily how it would go, right? We would have discussions on that, and they may have other sources of funding for something of significance like that.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Jetta. And everyone here, I'm going to go around the table now. This is a big project, so I'm going to go around the table because that was just my comments there. And I want to know whether either I'm on track or whether I'm not. I wasn't speaking for council. I was speaking for the mayor. So go ahead, Councillor Gore. What is your understanding of this project? What is your?
Yes, thank you. Specifically for this, yeah, it looks like with the uncertainties with the tariffs and everything, my initial thought was the option one for the 11 million. However, after hearing what the mayor had to say, I am willing to look at option 3 to address the immediate occupational health and safety issues, because we want to make sure our fire department is functional and our firemen are safe. But again, I'm quite open. Like I said, it was my first choice is option 1. However, with the uncertainties and all those things and the costs, and we don't really have a fixed number what we're looking at, I cannot really put my hand up for just borrowing and just using all the reserves that we have at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Frez.
Through the mayor, council, I'm still undecided on this right now because while I understand your concerns about costs, where things are at now, I've never seen prices go down. And I don't know what that'll look like or what pre-tariff or where things are going. So without having that kind of crystal ball to make that kind of prediction, my gut is to kind of keep on track with what we're doing until we know for certain of an alternate thing to do. So, but like I say, I'm still somewhat undecided and trying to absorb it all and make a decision on it. So
thank you. Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jetta, I had one question. Do any of these renovations that need to be done, would they qualify? Like if you could do renovations, or we have grants and sort of thing?
Through the mayor, I'm not 100% sure of the answer of that. Part of what was proposed in the renovation alternative was additional space that was needed to accommodate some of those things. So for example, using the decontamination space, for example, adding on to the fire hall to provide that space and to put whatever necessary electrical and air handling and all of that related to that, additional space may be needed. So if that was something that could be done with, I don't know, one lean-to or whatever, I'm being a little bit silly, but that may be considered capital, and then yes, we could use the funding. I'm not sure how many of the resolutions could be addressed within the current space. And so that was why in the initial presentation, the idea of having an ATCO trailer to deal with whatever the issue was was put out as an option with the associated lease and things like that. If we're renting a trailer like that to deal with that, then that would be operating and not capital. So it really, we would need to drill down a little bit, I think, on what the OH&S issues are that have been identified, and then what are the alternatives for resolving some of those. And then coming back to council as we did last year with some funding alternatives related to that. But I think a lot of the OH&S ones are more operating funding in nature. But again, if we're putting it all on the table, then we can explore what some of those are. And again, if there is a capital solution, we would certainly want to use that funding if we could to reduce the impact on property taxes.
I would just like to comment what the mayor said about being conservative, being careful, because all of us are in this. It's not just, it's the whole community of all ages, it's seniors, fixed incomes, everyone. On the other hand, like Councillor Fraz was saying, we don't know all the facts. Like, for example, what would the increase be if we did something? Because down the road, it's going to be even more. So just, we have to be careful. That's the way I would look at things too.
Right. Okay. Through the mayor, if I could add one more comment. When we have the Class B estimate, so let's assume for the moment it costs $330,000. If we got that number and then council decided not to proceed with that, it's not as though all of that work is lost, right? So that'll be design a long way and to provide kind of a minimum level on which prices could be obtained within a certain percentage of contingency. If we didn't go ahead and we revisited that same project a number of years down the road, there's still a base level of design that was done with respect to that project. Obviously, if the project itself changes, then we're back to the drawing board to some extent, but there's a portion of that 330 that is the same information. We are given new information. The costing would need to be updated at whatever point we did that. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that that 330 isn't completely lost. There's a new value that's added as a result of spending that money that could be carried forward into a later time frame with respect to, say, the renovation project.
Thank you. My only comment on that, Jed, is that getting to that 330 is going to take a staff member. I know what it takes to get to that level. They're asking for a Class B estimate of what? Oh, well, the staff member has to say of what? What are we proposing? What are you going to? That is a huge amount of staff time to get that.
Well,
So
I think right now what we have is kind of the proposal and the work that was done by Colliers. And then we have a consulting firm that is architectural and has a number of different specialties. They would take that and provide the Class B estimates. So I think at this stage, it's yes, for sure, it's some staff time, but it's not as though our own staff would be doing a lot of the legwork on that. It would be this firm that would take that initial work by Colliers, carry it to the next level. That's my understanding of it anyway.
yeah, okay, but it's going to cost us some money to get to that stage, whether we go to use our staff or whether to use a consultant. So recognize that I'm the guy here that went through the swimming pool process from the last council as well as Councillor Fraz. And we went to a lot of staff consultants, and I know what it is, how much we paid for all that. And then we carried on forward with a revised model that we brought through the RDN because it was the right thing to do to get the cost down by sharing it with the RDN. And we spent an awful lot of money on consultant staff, and staff time was phenomenal. Yeah. And we ended up with zero. So I'm hurting right now. My wallet is hurting. My wallet is hurting because we spent an awful lot of time, and I don't even have a wading pool in my backyard. So
for clarity, this 330 number is the external cost. So staff time related to that would be above and beyond that. That's a quote that we have gotten related to doing that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What percentage did Colliers get us to design, would you say? Or they did preliminary designs, right? Are we ready for a Class B estimate?
I'm looking at the fire chief on that. I don't think, I think it was very much conceptual at this point. So this would be doing that preliminary design, including some of the structural, electrical and HVAC, starting in on some of those systems and getting us a long way on the design. I think maybe it's at 90% mark on the design piece with Class B. 50 to 60. Okay.
So sorry, we're currently at 50 to 60% design. For Class B, we need to get to 30 to 60% generally to do a Class B, to start the Class B, no?
Through the mayor. Currently, Collier's provided 4 concept designs and provided order of magnitude costing on each of those based on the square footages we believe necessary to provide us with a functional space and deal with the issues that we've identified. Issues that were identified several years ago in the Bear report. The initial budget numbers were put in when we finished the last renovation in 2010. So the Class B estimate is for the concept, the number 4 concept, which is an addition and a renovation based on those square footages. So what you get for Class B in this particular case is 50 to 60% design work. So that is the technical design work involved with building a post-disaster building, assessing the current structural, how to tie that all together, and starting on the electrical, the architectural, the structural, all of those things, emergency generating, what are the power requirements, site prep, all of those things. So that pushes that design work to a point where they can give a, right now we're at a 30% plus or minus estimate to get those estimates down within, more to 10 or 15%. So that you can understand what the cost is going to be based on actual design and actual set square footages so that you can then have a better understanding. And that also prepares you to go to tender for construction costs. So you're at a point where you could then tender construction costs. So, and part of that would be final design work, like the exact design.
Yes, say, okay, go ahead.
So as a non-engineer, I've had some useful conversations with folks around this when I was in planning before. So you're basically looking at a plus or minus 10%. So if you get a Class B estimate and it says it's $1 million, your contingency is 10% either way. So when we put it in the budget, we have a much better sense of what the cost range is. When you're with a Class D, it's kind of, it could be up to 60, 70% difference by the time you actually get into the nitty gritty. And so we would end up with plans that are almost building permit ready, but they have to do a lot of work to get there and a lot of investigation of the site conditions, material costs, all of those kinds of things. So it just gives us more certainty on how much money to put towards whatever design we end up coming up with. So that was kind of a helpful lay interpretation I got from builders over the years.
Thanks. Right.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm asking is that it seemed like the Class B estimate is a bit high, but that incorporates the additional design work needed to get to the Class B estimate, not just the Class B estimate.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not getting out of here without it.
Yeah. So I recognize what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, around we have a number of things that are queued up and but we only have so much staff capacity to actually do the work outside of the work that's been done by consultants. And obviously there's a lot of work has been mentioned around just working with consultants to get that queued up. And I would very much like to see some of these items closed off for sure. And I like what you're saying there. this seems to me that this is one of those projects as well that's been a long time coming, maybe just also because it wasn't fully done as best it could when it was most recently built, fire hall. So I would love to see us find a way to make this work. And it is a compromise already what's been put forward for the fire hall over what might be the sort of love to have. It's not the love to have, it's the need to have. So if we can find a way to make that move forward, I'm on board for that. And I think staff is looking to present ways to do that. We're already, it's painful to immediately have to increase the budget for the Class B estimate. And then I have a lot of reservations, I guess has kind of been pointed out, how accurate can we get in this environment? And we could see a huge range potentially depending on where materials are coming from, what the reaction and backlash and reciprocal and whatever tariff situation that we're in. So that is a huge unknown, and that uncertainty is causing major economic challenges across the world. And so I don't know, do we do a Class B estimate and then end up being way off because the prices have changed so much? That's the case with every single thing we do at a capital level in the city right now. So that uncertainty is making me nervous. So I don't know what reassurance I can get on that. Maybe not for 6 months or more. So I don't know. Maybe a question through to staff. Like, what do the engineers say? Or what do the designers say on that? Like, what kind of buffer are we adding here? Right? Like,
let's get council covered first. Okay. Or are we going back to the staff? Go ahead, Councilor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. Jetta, thank you very much for all of this work. I think I have a question through to our CAO. Listening to the mayor's concerns, we already have a bunch of projects that are in the queue. What do you feel like our staff, I think I'd like to know city staff versus fire staff, because maybe fire staff is more involved than kind of, this building staff. So what kind of staff impact are we looking at if we did go ahead with Class B estimate?
If I may, through the mayor. So in most of these types of situations, it's not just one department. So it would be multiple departments in a bit of a working group like we have for many projects. For example, with our water treatment things, we have people from engineering, from finance, from planning, and from the utilities department. So this would be the same. We would, of course, and we do even with our water stuff, rely on experts as well. And in this case, we would have like a project management team. And it certainly is staff time, even when you contract out the architectural and some of those things. So what we've done in the past is hire temporary support. So we have a couple of retired engineers that work with us sometimes for that particular project. That works quite well for us because it's not a long-term impact on staff. And then we just have to, like we do with council quite regularly, usually twice a year, we come back and tell you what we might need to push out or prioritize. And then we balance that with other things that come up that council might bring to us, grant opportunities that we didn't know about, tariff situations that we didn't plan for. And so it is just something that we manage and try to get extra help when we can, when it's a critical project. So I don't have an estimate of hours, but it certainly is not without a require. Like we definitely need to have staff assigned to this from multiple departments. It also includes admin and communications at various stages too. So there's really hardly any project these days that isn't multi-departmental in terms of complexity and different phases. So yeah, can't give you an actual number, but hopefully that helps just provide the contextual workload impact.
Sure. Thank you. On the financial side of things, I would like to see us, fund the $330,000 for the Class B estimate, because until we get a Class B estimate, we don't even know what the price tag is that we would be thinking of for the other options. I think we're going to see, in my opinion, council doesn't want to neglect its duties for the OH&S issues. I would like to see us go ahead with solving those OH&S issues while we do the Class B estimate and find that money to do so. The staff impact does concern me because we already have items in the queue. And, through the Ravensong expansion project, North Shore wastewater treatment plant, a bridge in Victoria, the final costs, even with a Class B estimate, the delta between those numbers that I have seen in this province, and I kind of did some homework during the Ravensong expansion, the difference between the Class B estimates and the final cost when a project is done is terrifying. And I think it's growing, but I would like to see us go ahead and get a Class B estimate so we know kind of whatever ballpark, 10 or 15% is what I know that they're going to say in that report, depending on when the shovels go in the ground. That's how I feel. I would like to see us go ahead with OH&S issues while we also find money for that $330,000. Staff impact is kind of my main concern because we already have things in queue. Thanks.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will say I also would like to see us go ahead with the Class B estimate. One of the questions that I was wanting to ask has been answered by Jetta. Thank you. And that was, well, if we do that, is it all for naught? If once we get that information, decide, well, we can't go ahead with this immediately, and it just needs to be delayed somewhat, does that still provide us with some very valuable information that we can go on? And you've certainly answered that question. I did also have a question, though, about the OH&S concerns. If we go ahead with the Class B estimate, does that somehow address some of that so that we don't need to immediately act on those OH&S things, or do we need to be doing both concurrently? If you can speak to that, please.
Through the mayor. So I think the Class B addresses some of those in the context of moving forward with that project. However, if that project doesn't move forward, council wouldn't necessarily, if you didn't kind of drill down on that, understand what alternatives might be at the end of the day to address that if the project doesn't move forward. So yeah, it's a little bit of both.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bill.
Thank you. Yes, but that is helpful. It's not like we would have to immediately move on other things, depending what comes down. I appreciate what our mayor had to say about timing and everything that's going on right now. I do fully appreciate that concerns around needs for improving the fire hall situation have been around for quite some time. I'm very concerned. This is a critical service for our community, and recruitment and retention issues are always of concern. And so I think anytime that we look at something that will help us in that regard, helps us in so many ways, including financially, because if we can keep people, then that's a benefit to our costs. I understand that we've got a transportation master plan coming through. We've got the drinking water. We've got other things, but it also occurs to me that when we have that transportation master plan, as one example, we have the plan, and as to what we implement, when we implement it, is still going to be up for some debate. And we're going to be, much as we might like to get everything done right now, it's just not feasible. And it may well be that an improvement to our fire hall is going to, dare I say, trump the transportation master plan actions at this time. So I think that when we have the Class B estimate, when we have these other plans in place, that there's an opportunity for us to decide, okay, what are the priorities? What needs to be done first? What needs to be done in a particular year and plan accordingly? But until we have that Class B estimate, it's hard to position that in with the others. I also have a final question to you. So the shortfall in the budget, can you explain? I'm sorry, I wasn't taking all kinds of notes there. Where do you anticipate us being able to get the funds to cover that shortfall?
Sure, through the mayor. So there was 220,000 of land sale reserve allocated towards this project. And that's what we were using for some of the planning and design. So we could take the additional 110,000 from the land sale reserve.
So my vote is to move ahead with that if at all possible.
Thanks, Councilor Beal. So I'd like to put a resolution, it's got a note here. We need to provide direction to staff here. That we need a resolution for the OH&S issues identified operating funds. I'd like to propose a resolution that we proceed with giving us options to deal with the OH&S issues, just identify the OH&S issues and costs to implement that, with the understanding that once we have those done, that we will then decide whether we go to a $330,000 consultant fee for a Class B estimate after we get the OH&S issues, because they're critical. And it could take a while for this other, so I would like to deal with that.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
CEO Taylor?
Can I just clarify that motion, if that's going to be on the floor? Are you asking for staff then to come back with options to fund the OH&S assessment and identify the priorities?
To identify the issues of the OH&S. Like what is it and what would be the approximate cost to take care of that?
Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Just point of order.
Well, how about if I get a seconder and
Point of order. Just curious, which agenda item are we discussing here? I don't see anything actually about this on the agenda.
it's behind, well, it says no. It says options for council, status quo is not option, need resolution for OH&S issues.
So just on the agenda. I thought we were doing a report on transfer between surplus and. Oh, we're on D.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So we're on item D, which is financial plan. And so if council did want to put a motion on the floor, it would be arising out of that item. And what I'm hearing is the motion that may be raised by the mayor momentarily is for staff to come back with, was it options to identify? So I think what we're being asked to do is identify the OH&S items and options to fund a resolution to them. Is that correct?
Well, that would be nice to have that. We want to know what the OH&S issues are. Do we need a decontamination ATCO trailer, or do we need to change the one of the facilities to repurpose it so that we can do the cleanup?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to identify, like it's the statement is status quo is not an option. So I to identify that they said, okay, let's make sure that our crews are properly protected.
If I could.
Do you want to ask it now, or do you want to wait for it to get on the floor? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Councilor Prez, go ahead.
To the mayor, just want to confirm, so this motion is because that OH&S budget part was saying 2 to 10 million, so to narrow that scope down so that we know exactly how much that OH&S portion is that what the
10 million was for the project?
Here, alternative number 3 is what you're essentially looking at then here. Is that correct with the motion is saying to narrow this portion down so we can have a better cost estimate and identify what the issues are?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, because it was a wide range. So that's I wanted that wide range. So it says from 2 million to 10 million. That's that's good. Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. Yes. So it's basically, alternative number 3. Right? Is that correct?
Mayor, could I interject for a second here?
Yes.
So Collier's identified alternative number 3, again, broad, high level conceptual with identifying some alternatives. It may be that we need to incur some funding given the restrictions on staff time to drill down and bring a thorough analysis of those. So it just may be that we need some more of their time to break that high level conceptual down into more delineated alternatives for council on that. And I think we'd have to kind of identify what that's going to take and bring that back to council perhaps.
Yeah, well, carry on out loud before I get it seconded. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused here. I see alternative 3 as addressing the OHS requirements. Even if we were to proceed with alternative 1, which will take perhaps months, if not a year, to implement those, to me, alternative 3 is like a must. We have to address those anyways. So why don't we go ahead with OHS? And as Councillor said, still look at the option 1 alternative for, sorry.
If I may, if council decided to just move ahead with the renovation, there's no need to do alternative 3 because alternative number 1 resolves all of the OH&S items.
Right.
However, if alternative number 1 is not moving ahead, then there's some amount that needs to be expended to resolve the OH&S issues that have been identified. And there's likely a number of alternative ways to resolve those. So I think that if that's the direction council wanted to take, we would need to drill down on what those are, what some of the options are and costs related to that to resolve them.
Right, and so to speak to the motion that I'm trying to make here, alternative number 3 says 2 million to 10 million. I'm not comfortable with that spread. I'm more comfortable with number 3 to fulfill the OH&S requirements to come up with a number that you say staff's going to have to drill down and fine tune that because it was kind of conceptual by the previous consultants. So I identify what you actually need and then come back to council and say, here's what it's going to cost. That's my idea. So I don't want to just say number 3 because I don't want to limit you to 2 million to 10 million. I want to find out what that number is.
Right.
CEO Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you. If I may, I think what we would have to do is almost like a two-phased thing. So staff would go away, prepare a report summarizing what we know are the OH&S issues. So we have some from Colliers. We also had an extensive bearer report, which council has access to.
Yeah.
And then we would have to figure out how we could do the cost estimates for those items. So if we're not allocating the 330 to the Class B, we would have to go away, I think, prepare a list of what that scope of work looks like, and then come back and ask council for another allocation of that money to have an expert do the Class B for the OH&S only.
Right.
If that makes sense.
But you suggested that before, like if you go back a slide, it had the breakdown, we're 110 short of the 330 type of thing. So we already have in the budget already have 220,000, which is already there. So I'm suggesting out of that 220,000, you would get to exactly that. Yes, it's going to take a consultant to get you to that estimate. Yes.
Okay. So
I would just interject though that the 220 is for capital, like it's land sale reserve, which is towards capital. So again, depending on the nature of the OH&S, the investigation of those is likely not considered capital.
So you don't have any set aside for 330,000 for the estimate?
So the 220 can be used towards the design and Class B estimate because that's part of the overall construction project. So land sale reserve, the gas tax, any of those can be used towards that because the intention is to move ahead with capital. The OH&S resolutions may not be capital. And so those funds can't be used towards an operating type project like that.
Okay.
So what I was suggesting though is that with respect to drilling down on the OH&S, we, as a part of the next report on the agenda, is we're creating some reserves related to financial stabilization, one-time projects, things like that. Council could access that reserve towards doing the investigation. Then at that point, you would know whether there's capital improvements that could be done within the current structure, whether there's leases or other operating costs that need to be incurred, and have an understanding of what the nature of the costs are to resolve some of the OH&S.
Okay. So you're saying that we do have funding out of reserve. As long as the next page.
It's just not land sale reserve.
Right. We'll have funding to pay for that estimate. Yeah. Okay. So that's my concern. So that's great. Councillor Gore, you're next. And we can go back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth. So now I like the Class B estimate as an option better. Because I think if we go towards that option, then we will address OHS. And by the time we wait for other major renovations that need to happen. So it could be, it looks like it could be like a multi-phase project addressing the OHS as well as the other renovations that need to happen, correct?
No, through the mayor, the Class B estimate only gives you the cost to construct the fire hall renovation that, if constructed, would address the OH&S. If you got the Class B estimate and didn't move ahead, then we still have the whole OH&S items that need to be resolved.
Can't solve that.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
You
that
can't
makes
solve that
sense.
with your
Okay.
330.
So it's not asking for those, choose one of those three, 11 million, 29 or, okay.
Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to change my my rambling from before, and it sounds like option 3 is kind of band-aids upon band-aids, and I think that, you know, we ask our fire service here to go all in, and I think it's I think it'd be nice for council to support the extra $110,000 to get the Class B estimate for $330,000. Thanks.
Councillor Grens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please clarify, staff, the 330, is that for all alternatives or for one of the alternatives? And do we need to choose one of these alternatives?
Through the mayor, the resolution from council was to get a Class B estimate for alternative number 1, the
That's what I thought,
renovation.
yeah. Previously, we had already decided that, did we
Right.
not?
That was
Like,
the resolution
almost a
in
year ago?
November.
Yeah.
In November,
Okay.
council resolved to get a Class B estimate for the renovation alternative if it was within the budget allocated, which was 220. Otherwise, come back to council. So this is coming back to council to say, we can get the Class B estimate, but we have a quote, the lowest of which is 330,000 to get the estimate. Do you still want to go ahead with moving ahead with alternative number 1, the renovation, but allocating an extra 110,000 for that Class B estimate? So this
Okay.
is the opportunity for council to say, yay, go ahead with that, or no, we're gonna perhaps change the direction on that, or maybe add direction on that. So that's what this discussion is about.
Yes, I mean, so in that case, I am in favor personally of continuing down the path that we already started going down. Obviously, it's unfortunate to have to pay another $110,000 to continue down that path. But yeah, I'm also in favor of it, that I think we've seen a lot of confusion at the table here because there wasn't a report on this in the agenda. And so we're not up to speed on this thinking, and it's kind of thrown at us now in a meeting here that, like, that's where there's all this rambling. I think we're confused what we decided last time. So I would have appreciated seeing sort of a refresher on the agenda on that.
Councillor Beal, then Councillor France.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one question I have, and I'm still going to go back to, I would like to see approval of the additional 110,000 so that we can move towards a Class B estimate. And I have a concern that if we delay that by looking at the OH&S, say recommendations, and spend money on that, and then at the end of it, we still need to go for a Class B estimate, et cetera. There's extra money being spent, but I'm also really concerned about the delay in time. Because if we go with something like that, is it reasonable to have that information available for, as we're planning this and finalizing this financial plan? Or is that unreasonable? So I'm wondering about the estimated timeline if we set that first option aside and look at a different option.
Through the mayor, if I may provide my own comments on that. If we go back to kind of how I started the meeting, is I think what we as staff are trying to do in looking at any significant expense, but really all expenses, is the criticality of it in the year, right? And so is it something that absolutely needs to get done, in which case we're going to incur the cost, and that may be inflated this year. And so there may be a consideration by council to have some more information about the OH&S items and have an assessment of the criticality of those, because you're right in that the timing of all of these things is very, very unpredictable, as is the cost. And unless we go back and look at what those are, it's difficult to perhaps assess the criticality of each of those options. I think that going ahead with the Class B has some upside, as we discussed, in terms of perhaps some other funding, having an understanding of that. But as many councillors have commented, the costing environment right now is highly unpredictable and difficult to know how to read in the results of what that Class B estimate will be. I think what we learned in COVID is a lot of costs went up, and we discussed it as being part of COVID, and then they never came back down. Some of them did, but many didn't. So again, it's just the environment right now is really, really difficult to predict. So I think there's some amounts, some more work that could be done using some of the reserves that are in place to give council some additional information.
So to touch on that, the $330,000, to me, it's a really lousy time to be trying to get someone to give us a Class B estimate on that, because I don't think it's going to be accurate. And I think actually it would be counterproductive to maybe getting the entire renovation project done at the hall. Because if I was a consultant, I would be building every contingency into that. Like, who knows what's happening down south. So I'm going to not just building in 15 and 20% contingencies, I'm building 50%, because someone down south has said that's now 40% tariff. I think it'd be really counterproductive to getting what we're trying to get to. Here's an estimate. The first estimate was 11 million, as we talked about. It's going to be way more than that, I can guarantee you. So now is not the good time to be doing that. That's just my own comment. So go back. Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to our fire chief. Sorry, I know this question is answered when we discussed it previously, but can you just speak to the how much life we get out of the options, like the renovation, how much future proofing are we putting ourselves into versus OH&S requirements? You know, what kind of lifespan until we're back here again, looking at another renovation option?
To the councillor, through the mayor, you know, to deal with the OH&S needs, that just to clarify, that $2 to $10 million is not a Colliers number, that's a staff number. That because there's a lot of different ways to deal with that. Most of that, it would be operational issues, renting portable trailers and putting them on the site, prepping the site so that it was, not a dirt hole. And, that gives us some temporary space. When we design a fire station, we want to design it for a 50 or 60 year lifespan. So that would be the intent when we design these types of structures, is that we're designing for 50 or 60 years. Of course, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going to happen in Parksville, but it's our only fire station. We need to operate all of our operations out of it. And it's been too small since the day we moved into it, 2011. So that's what I can tell you. The Class B estimate is based on a renovation and addition, which is the option one. And that gives us a more finite costing without the 25 or 30% swing, so that we can decide, or you can decide, what the next steps will be.
Are you good with that, Councillor Fraz?
Yeah. Thank you for answering that.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank
Councillor
you.
Martin, you had your hand up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jetta. In our expenditures, it seems to me that I've always done, it's a need to, and it would be nice, like when you look at a renovation, maybe you don't do it all at once or whatever. But is this something that's been so many years put off that we're sitting here where we need to do it? This is what I would like to know. Gonna wait till this tariff thing goes, or what happens? This is a concern, but we don't want to go crazy with it, but maybe we could do it in stages, whatever, because you can't go around in circles and just keep on putting things off. It's going to get more and more money, no matter what the tariffs are. It will go up. Like Councillor Fraz said, no prices come down. Not since COVID. Thank you.
Okay, good conversation. It's like community of the whole, but we're good. What I'm thinking right now is like, I'm willing to stick with my motion if I get a seconder, for just to deal with the OHS right now. And run that by council, and if council defeats it, then I'll look for other resolutions to be presented at this point. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Could I add one more comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is our first of essentially 3 meetings that we'll be looking for direction from council. So we're going to be bringing each of these to you, and then we're going to bring the bylaw. So we're going to have the committee of the whole on Wednesday, another meeting on April the 23rd. So I appreciate all of the discussion and conversation, and obviously the sooner we get direction from council, the better, but there are still a couple of meetings to look at the whole financial plan. So if council is feeling concerned about the whole picture, today doesn't have to be the day. We could bring this back for direction at the next meeting if you would prefer. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that we have a couple of meetings at which we're going to be talking about all of this, and it could be brought back as a decision item.
Okay. So I'm going to pull back on my resolution at this time, and just to defer this decision until we come to another meeting. We have 2 more meetings. We have the committee of the whole, and then we have another one as well that we have it. But what I would suggest is when the presentation is made at the committee of the whole meetings and so forth, that staff kind of consider what we've heard today, to take this like committee of the whole conversation that we've had, kind of to recognize what some of the concerns are. And if you, instead of just giving us 3 alternatives, maybe you can give us more alternatives that might try and compromise what you heard at the table here, because that's what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to agreement here, and that's what I'm looking for. So if what you've heard, you think of, but there's another way to look at this, another way that we can possibly do this that would ease our concerns, I think if you bring that to the committee of the whole, that would probably be the best thing, because it's kind of, as Councilor Grant says, it's kind of dropped cold on us today to see it on here. But anyhow, so if we could do that, is your council, you agree? Councilor Franz, go ahead.
Are you withdrawing your motion for the class, for the OHS? Okay, so through the mayor to council, and I think I heard from the council here that there was some direction that I think the majority wanted to go into. And in discussing it, I think it helped me firm up kind of my choice on it. So if there isn't a motion there on the table, I'll put forward a motion. Just because I think we do get tight on time. We've had some chance to discuss this. It's a hard decision. It's not a comfortable one, but I think, like I said, I think it's worth putting a motion forward, and then we can see where it goes. But I'm going to put forward the motion of the first option to fund the Class B estimate to look at the renovation.
So to be clear, sorry, option 1. Yeah, I'm fine with them. Yeah, if put on the floor, sure. So go ahead with the $330,000 estimate. Yes, okay. And moved by, second by Councilor Bill. Okay, Councilor Franz, you propose it if you want to speak.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think it is a hard decision. I know everybody's torn on it, but like I say, I think I heard that there was the kind of weight being in that direction too. I think for the additional $110,000 that we're looking at to get to that Class B estimate, it's closer than, a shot of, if it's $2 to $10 million for OHS. I know that's a large bracket, and I know going that route, my mind would be to hope that it would be on the lower end. But if it was on the higher end of it, then it tells me that we should have just been in this position to begin with option 1. And because it's the direction that we laid out before, I'm more inclined to be the type of person that I stick to a plan unless I have a clear and compelling reason to switch to a different track. So even though it might not be the best choice, I don't know if it is. I think we need to continue down that way, give staff a little bit of direction. And I think it's going to be, it would be a better product that gives more life for the fire department. And, So that's my reason for putting it forward today.
Councillor Bill, you have second, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Frass, for bringing this forward. I certainly want to support this. I also, from everything that's said, going through to a Class B estimate will provide a much greater detail with regard to design, and that work will not be lost. So cost aside, there are benefits with getting closer to an actual design. I think that this is a project that we need to move forward, whether or not it gets, when it gets started, when it gets completed, but we need to move it a step further. And also understanding that option will in fact include plans for addressing the OH&S concerns. And I absolutely want to support projects that are beneficial for community safety in our community. So I think it's a high priority and I want to see it move along. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just comment. Thank you for the resolution. I would not be supporting it. I still say $330,000 is way too much money to be spent at this time, because I don't think we can get any degree of accuracy. So I am not supporting this, but that's just my own opinion. Thank you. Councillor Frass, or sorry, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. So can staff clarify that the shortfall in the budget was not because of the tariffs? Just joking.
I know what that was. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first off, sorry, I apologize. Apparently there's an email that I missed with the background on this. I definitely did not connect those dots, and it sounds like I wasn't the only one, but I apologize for missing that. Further to what Councillor Frass says, I do want to continue down the path that we already decided on, and I think we're all up to speed now on what that was, which was to go forward with the first option and get the estimate. It's now just the estimate is costing more than it was budgeted for. So unfortunately, yeah, I'm happy, not happy. I'm gonna support continuing down the path with the estimate. And if maybe staff wants to confirm that I am correct in saying that, again, this cost is not just purely for the Class B estimate, but also for the design work that needs to be done before that. And that's all lumped in the same line item on the, is that how this is working?
Yeah. Sorry, if I may, through the mayor, one of the other deliverables is that we have the plans. We get the design like close to building permit ready, so that in the future, the costs may still change, but we at least have that deliverable of the plans. So we would have, like, we consider that a product as well. So if you have the size, the dimensions, the type of wiring that you need and that kind of thing, that would stay as the solid design, but the costs of building that in the future could change. And the Class B estimates historically have been close, but I think to echo what Councillor Wood and others are saying, we really don't know what that's going to look like now. But the plans will be like a continuous deliverable that we have, regardless of whether it costs 10 times more in the end.
Right. And so this is like the top end of what that design and Class B estimate would cost. Would it be that the design would be done and then the Class B estimate, or is that all one package all at the same time, that the invoice from the design engineering firm or whatever goes out and it says design up to 60% ready to build and Class B estimate?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, my experience with that is they have to do the design to then build the costs from that. So you have to have, like, if you think of on a smaller scale, you have to know how many rooms, how many bathrooms, like what you're looking at, what landscaping you're looking at, like for your house, to then get an estimate from the contractor who's going to build it. So there's almost like two pieces to it. We will have those plans, which we can reactivate at whatever time council is comfortable to move forward, but the cost can be updated. So that's similar to what happened when we did the pool first. We had a conceptual design with a cost. the design didn't really change very much, the costs did. And so we got the costs updated a couple of times throughout that process. But the basic design was the same.
Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I understand why you're not supporting it. You know, we have no idea what you know, the world superpower south of us is going to do tomorrow. We have very little control over so much, but it feels like the most responsible thing for us to do is to continue with that Class B estimate. And it'll come back and it'll be a big number. And then if shovels go in the ground when we're done, that'll be a bigger number. That is the reality of it. At the same time, I think the city gets an amazing service for what is mostly volunteers. And if we went to a full-time department where it is IAFF in full, then you're going to see significant cost increases. And we can look at Nanaimo or any other cities, even, you know, just to get an idea of what those costs are. And so I think the most responsible thing is to go ahead with the Class B estimate. We'll have those plans as part of the package, part of those deliverables, and move on from there. Thanks.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion on the floor? All those opposed? All of those. Note that Mayor O'Brien is opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go away.
No.
I think you're up next. Okay, Director of Finance, the report on the agenda is the transfer of reserves to transfer reserves from prior year surplus and capital reserves. And yeah, I was going to suggest I should have maybe called a break. Okay, if I can put you on hold just for let's reconvene at 3:45. Is that enough time? Okay, great. Jetta, you're back in the seat again. Thank you. Jetta, if you could continue on with the discussion regarding the transfer to reserves. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So this is part of an agenda item that is the report that's within the agenda related to the transfer of surplus funds in the general water and sewer funds to new reserves that were created. It's also part of our amended financial plan discussion because all transfers to reserves need to be in a financial plan. So it's kind of two parts. So we'll just roll forward, but understanding that it is actually also a specific agenda item. So what I'd like to do is just recall this process we've been on since you were first elected, in that the first thing we did was have council consider the adoption of a policy for surplus and reserves. So we've done that piece. Within that, we identified what optimal balances in various reserves might be and what reserves might be used for. The next piece that we did at the last meeting was council gave 3 readings to the bylaw to create all the reserves that are in the surplus and reserves policy. So that was step number 2, and that's done. The next thing is to look at the accumulated surplus in each of our operating funds and to say the policy suggests having 6 to 9 months of operating expenditures in the accumulated surplus. So if we look at that balance, is there money there that could be reallocated to fund some of the other reserves that have now been created? That's really the question that we're looking at today. And what the report provides is my recommendations for moving ahead with that, with the understanding that funding those reserves is a multi-year process. And it's also something that continually changes. That 9 months of operating expenditures essentially changes every time you do a financial plan. And so some of those amounts are fluid and some are static for a number of years and then change. So knowing that, what I'd like to do is just walk through what my recommendations would be for transfers, and then to get council's direction, if you agree with those, to incorporate them in the financial plan. This is at a point in time, and that is as at the end of 2023, because we want to do transfers from accumulated surplus based on an audited number. And so the last audited financial statements that we have is at the end of 2023. Going forward, this will be a process for council to consider what the excess is every time we receive the annual financial statements. So in the month following the annual financial statements, Marley will bring a report that says, here was the surplus for the year. How does council want to allocate that to its current reserves so that more or less what's kept in the accumulated surplus is that optimal amount? Where you allocate that to will depend on strategic projects, other things that are happening in our world, all kinds of different things. Some municipalities always have some rules that say, okay, 50% of the surplus in a year goes towards capital reserve, or 15% goes towards our one-time projects fund. So council, as we move through the next couple of years, could consider implementing some rules like that. For now, I would suggest that we do it in a more fluid fashion and not tie down too many rules, other than following what's in the policy with respect to recommended optimal balances. The other thing I'll remind you of when we start to look at the capital reserve piece is that our gas tax agreement requires that our long-term financial plan and contributions to capital reserves to fund that plan are tied together by 2030. So this is also a piece of working towards that deliverable for our gas tax agreement. And as I said, the years are going by quickly. So as we're working through the funding of these various things, this is one piece of it to have this reserve structure in place. The last point I'll make on this is that these are all net zero impact on property taxes. There are amounts that have been collected in the past that are sitting in different pots. Now we want to get them into the right pots or reserves that make sense right now for the city of Parksville. We do need to put them in the financial plan. So part of the recommendation is to incorporate them into that, but there'll be no additional property tax increase related to any of what you're talking about today. It's just moving from one to the next. That's okay. Okay, so here we are. This is in your agenda package, but what we're looking at is the unrestricted surplus, the balances at December 31st of 2023. So in the general fund, there was $23.5 million. In the water fund, $7.5 million. What I did was look at our operating expenditures in our 2025 financial plan, because that's essentially what we would want to provide for, and removed the things that wouldn't be considered critical. So for example, amortization is included in our operating expenditures in the financial plan. That's not a cash item, so we wouldn't include that. I removed that from that. The library requisition is also included in our operating expenditures. I removed that. And I also removed all of the minor capital items, which tend to be one-time type projects, special projects that aren't necessarily critical to the operations of the city. However, we know that we have some maintenance contingency items in the minor capital. I added those back in. Then I assumed, and this is a big assumption, that we essentially incur those expenditures equally over 12 months of the year. We know that's not the case. There's going to be some plus and minus on that. So I took 9/12 of that number to come up with what we might recommend as the balance in the accumulated surplus. For the general fund, that's 15.2 million, which means that I would recommend we reallocate 8.3 million of it. For the water fund, the balance would be 2.8 million. Again, recommending reallocation on that one of 4.7 million. When we look at it for the sewer fund accumulated surplus is not even at the 9-month balance, so there's nothing to reallocate on that one. What's important to think about on that front is that what that likely means is that our rates haven't kept up with some of the cost increases, most especially that French Creek pollution, the wastewater treatment at the RDN. And as you know, their costs related to a lot of their operating and capital has gone through the roof. So what we'll look to on that is when Marley brings back our 2024 number is essentially first working on bringing that accumulated surplus number up to the recommended amount. So with that in mind, then, here's the specifics that I would recommend council approve transferring to various reserves that were created by the policy and the bylaw. One is with respect to future expenditures, and those are amounts that will vary from year to year and depend on the completion of budgeted activities. So included in here is all of our carry forward projects that go over multiple years. It also looks at things that only happen periodically. So things like collective bargaining, unexpected costs that maybe aren't completely rare, but don't happen regularly. And then providing some flexibility with respect to increases in the market and things like that. So the one item that was identified in the policy was a human resources type amount to fund things like collective bargaining, the exempt compensation review, unexpected leaves that require extra costs in a year to backfill positions, and then flexibility in staffing for things like one-time market conditions. So again, a lot of these amounts are just kind of based on having historical practice in this in amounts. So I would recommend that we populate this fund with $500,000 in the water fund and $200,000, or sorry, 500 in the general fund and 200,000 in the water fund. What I think might be helpful is us to walk through all of these, and then if there's concerns or questions, go through them, because it might help to look at them in the context of the whole and relative to each other, if that's okay. Okay. Generally, these amounts would be funded from vacancies or salary surplus in the year. So if we ended up having a vacancy in a position for 4 months, we had some surplus that was generated from that. Our financial stabilization reserve is meant to provide funding for council to consider in times of economic uncertainty. So that might be where it's a very positive economic climate and you're able to collect property taxes in excess of what might be considered kind of a regular increase for purposes of future expenditures or capital needs. Or it might provide council with an opportunity of a really poor economic climate, perhaps say during COVID, where you might dip into this reserve and say, we're going to fund 1% of our property taxes this year from this reserve. So the recommendation in the policy is to have 5 to 10% of your annual revenue amount in the reserve. So I'm suggesting that we have starting with 5% on property taxes and our utility fees. So that would be 1 million in the general fund and 400,000 in the water fund would be 1%. Again, this is something that council could build over time to have that 10% optimal value. We have other revenues, so just suggesting things like building permits and other fees, another 150,000 in the reserve. That might be a scenario where we see a real drop in development activity. And so the funding that would typically come from building permits is significantly reduced. And council could elect to pull amounts from the financial stabilization reserve to not interrupt, say staffing. Maybe you have a minor dip and you just want to continue with the same staffing. This is also meant to put in place where we have one-time expenditures periodically. So for example, every 4 years, we have an election and we do some strategic planning and do some different things that are tied to that election cycle. What I would suggest is building the reserve so that in the year, we don't see this increase in property taxes just to fund the costs that only happen every 4 years. What we would do is say in this example, put $25,000 in the reserve each year. The year that those costs come into effect, then we just pull from reserve and it doesn't come out of property taxes. So what a lot of this in the financial stabilization reserve does is smooth that property tax rate so we don't get the peaks and valleys tied to some of these periodic or one-time things. Similar to the master plans, if it's not something that we can fund with current grant funding, then we would have a reserve here that we could fund it so that, again, all of that information with respect to infrastructure is kept current and make sure that we're investing in the right place. So again, putting some money towards that in both the water and the general funds. With respect to the non-recurring projects, which I missed as the first line there, as I mentioned to you over the last few financial plans, it's good to get to a point where we're funding the base operating expenditures with recurring revenues and our non-recurring expenditures, like a lot of the minor capital or special projects, with one-time funding. And what we've done really well in the last couple of years is use grants to do that. We can also use a fund that's a reserve that council dips into to fund some of those projects. So again, you don't see the jump in the property taxes in that year. It also gives council some flexibility in that so that if there is room within the property taxes, you don't necessarily have to dip into your reserve, but you know that it's there if it's considered kind of a really important or critical strategic or just operational project. With respect to specific accounts, and this is in the policy where with respect to insurance, having in the reserve 2 to 3 times your major claims deductible for your property and liability insurance. So what I'm suggesting is that we put in the equivalent of 1 deductible for all policies in the general and water funds. For general, that's 285,000, and in the water fund, it's 210,000. For legal, in the policy, it says 1 and 3 times the 5-year average of our legal expenses. So our average is 75,000 for the last 5 years. So again, just suggesting we start it with 100,000 and it would be council's discretion to build that up to the 3 that is considered in the policy. Similar with our snow and ice removal, the policy considers 1 and 3 times the 5-year average for those costs. Again, the 5-year average on that was 40,000. I'm suggesting having 3 years, we could populate that one with 120,000. What I will point out on this is that this doesn't consider the staff costs associated with that. We pay our staff anyway, and they get allocated to other projects. So it's not really appropriate to say, well, we didn't spend as much as we budgeted on wages. It's really the hard costs related to that. So the 40,000 is just for the kind of external costs, salt and things like that that are required for snow clearing. The next reserve to consider is that we have a protective services reserve that kind of has two components, the fire and the policing. We are currently in the financial plan contributing 0.2% of property taxes towards this. But there are some specific items in there that we also want to add to as we prepare for what we know are significant increases coming. With respect to policing first, the 2024 financial plan included the transfer of prior year's contract surplus in the RCMP contract. And that was a $1.5 million transfer out of accumulated surplus that's already been transferred to this reserve. So the update to this is really just the 2023 RCMP contract surplus. The amount that was budgeted above what the actual cost was $650,000. That number looks significant, and it is. I'll tell you some of the things that can really impact that. Certainly vacancies at the detachment determine whether we get our full complement of 18. It also can be impacted by their own collective agreement settlements and where things come in relative to their estimates. They provide us with an estimate of the per member cost. We budget at 18 members, and typically it's not a full complement. Officers get pulled off to help at different things that are happening, whether it's the Ferry Creek or different things like that, where then Parksville doesn't get charged for that time. So this can vary. I've seen from where we end up owing them another 90,000 to we get a surplus of 650. So this is why I think it's important to identify that surplus specifically, because it's amounts that were taxed for policing services. And then council can use this towards smoothing that increase when we hit 15,000 population, or within the terms of the policy, it can also be used towards capital. So if the municipality was having to put money towards a new facility, this could also be used towards capital. So this is something that we would bring you each year, that specific surplus number. With respect to the fire department, there are actual amounts that are contributed to the fire department by developers. It isn't something that we have transferred to reserve before, but I think it likely makes sense that we would identify those amounts and put them towards that in being consistent with what the contribution was made. So that amount over the last 10 years was $645,000. Also identifying an amount for wage surplus within the fire department. The calls for paid on call members as well as paid members can vary significantly in a year. So we've had years where we've budgeted a certain amount and the calls have come in less than a year, so a surplus is generated. There's also years where the calls come in significantly higher than what was expected. In that scenario, what I would envision is as part of our amended financial plan in the fall, we would come back to council and say, the amounts are trending higher than we expected. Do you want to dip into this reserve to offset that increase with the expectation that some years it would come under? And so that's the purpose of this reserve. And then the other significant kind of periodic one is the replacement of the SCBA, which is about $350,000 every 15 years. So just suggesting that if we put $25,000 per year into that, when the year came to replace those, then you would just pull the funding out of reserve, where the last time that was replaced, it was a tax increase in that year because there wasn't the funding sitting there. It isn't really considered capital because it's an equipment piece. So just trying to compensate for that to provide for that every year rather than in 1 year with a tax increase. So those are the operating allocations I would suggest. Once we go through those, in order to kind of get to that point where we're at the recommended balance, there's amounts that remain that I would highly suggest that we transfer to the capital reserves. We know we have significant capital needs coming up related to the master plans and funding infrastructure replacement. And so transferring some amounts to both the general and the water fund, as well as within the policy, we're going to create an IT equipment replacement fund, similar to what we have for our fleet. And so funding that with $275,000 as well. And then the PCTC reserve has only had $30,000 per year contributed to it over time, which for a building of this size has been insignificant. And we're seeing within the current 5-year financial plan that there's significant costs upcoming for this building just related to significant maintenance. What I'll point out to you is as a result of creating some of these reserves, I'm going to recommend to you that you use some of them within the current 5-year financial plan. And that's part of my strategy to try and reduce the property taxes in 2025 is by, through a rigorous process, using some of the accumulated surplus. And this is, of course, what we've been working towards, rather than just from time to time dipping into the accumulated surplus, to put it into pots where council can, with due consideration, use those funds that have been set aside related to very specific replacements and costs that we know are coming. So with respect to capital, 2.5 million into the general fund and 3.4 million into the water fund. We know we have significant costs coming on our water fund side. I'll give you one more piece of information on the capital side is that with these contributions, I asked our capital asset specialist to kind of look at the 5-year plan with all the amounts that are coming out of capital reserves. This allows us to kind of keep at our same level of contribution to reserves and have sufficient funding for those projects that have been identified. So I think this is all really, really positive in terms of providing council with some alternatives in a year like this, where you really want to be able to reduce the property tax increase if possible, or at least minimize it. So those would be my recommendations, and welcome your questions on any of those.
Thanks, Jetta. Just top of mind, I just wanted, because it was just what you just recently mentioned, the PCTC you're talking about, we hadn't put away sufficient reserves, and also keeping in mind the recognition that one of the contributors to the overhead and the improvements to the PCTC is no longer participating because we own that space. And so we are not going to be able to count on that revenue like we do from, I would say, on the school board in this case. So I'm sure you're well aware of that, but that's, you know, our costs are going to increase significantly in the city portion of the PCTC. So just bring that to council's attention. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. So Jed, I was trying to do the math here with the total reallocations in the general fund. Where's the missing, what, 4 million? They don't add up to 8.3.
Right, on all the previous pages.
Oh, previous page. Okay.
Yeah, they all add to the total.
Could I see the previous page, please, as well?
I think it is all in your agenda as well in a report, but starting from here. So first was the future expenditures reserve, then our financial stabilization reserve items, protective services for both fire and police, and then the capital reserves. Okay.
Questions from Councillor Grims.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is looking great. Nice to see things in their little compartments. Just curious on the average, when you do like a 4-year average, I assume that's like a rolling average that we'll be doing moving forward. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Right. Through the mayor, that'll be part of our annual process then, is to recalculate all of those policy ones that say a 5-year rolling average or whatever. That'll be part of that annual process. Okay. Exactly. This is really fun accounting stuff, I tell you.
This is what gets you up in the morning, right?
Exactly.
I know. Me too. Yeah. Sorry. Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jetta. I think we get this question at the RDN more often than in the city of Parksville, but people, they don't necessarily like their taxes not being used right away, and they go in a fund. I love what you're doing here, and I think it's the responsible thing to do. It makes me think of my wife and I used to be renters, and I ended up being the president of Strata. say 60 units. And when there's something kind of like a capital cost of say 50 grand or 100 grand to be done, if your contingency fund doesn't have that in there because your strata fees are low, well, then that's just coming off instantly and you have to start paying that right away. And it was not a great way to do things. And from then on, after learning kind of how that works, I would rather rent from a place that has a significant strata fee every month because you know the contingency fund has money in it, and then you need to replace a roof or whatever it is, and there's money there, and it's a much better way of doing things than special assessments on that strata side of things, and it feels like that's what you're doing here, so I just want to thank you.
Through the mayor, if I could add, one of the things that's important about the policy piece is that it identifies what the kind of optimal balance is. So we don't just keep putting money in, right? So if we find that in the process of our financial plans, that every year we've got this significant surplus, then it means we need to go back to the financial plan and start looking at that. And what I've been trying to do is to kind of consolidate some of our contingency amounts into one account rather than having a contingency in 5 accounts. And that's one way we can do it is through using reserves so that we're not taxing each of those contingencies every year. There's a whole bunch of different strategies, but I do hear you on the fact that lots of residents struggle with the fact that it's not being spent in the year, but it also is really challenging when you are, say, an Asuyas where you have a 40% tax increase in the year because there's just been nothing put aside. So I'm really trying to find the balance in that. And I'm not suggesting that we need to provide for 100% of everything. And it always, always gives council the discretion of choosing to pull out of the reserve or not, right? This doesn't say you must. This is providing that funding there, but it may be that you get to that year, we get a better price or there's room within the budget because there aren't a lot of minor capital items, that there isn't a need to dip into that and then you're set. So I think this is a prudent, sustainable way of approaching some of these costs. And for this process, doesn't include an increase in property taxes to do this. So as many places when they're starting off with populating their reserves, if they don't have much in accumulated surplus, then that's a property tax hit going forward. I'm suggesting we would only do these out of the identified audited surplus each year.
Okay, thank you. That just brings me to a question here. Sources of revenue. I always like that column. And so I recognize that you made a comment about the fire department where we have amenity contributions by developers and so forth. And if I heard right, it was roughly 600 and some odd thousand for a 10-year period or 15-year period?
Yes.
Right. So are you suggesting that that's held in reserve or is that's what the contributions were? Or have we taken those funding and just put it into general? Where are all those amenities that we actually said, this is for the fire department for so many, $1,000 a door or what we did?
Right. So those have just gone into general revenue over time.
Right.
And to be fair, over the history of the city of Parksville, there have been apparatus and building structures funded out of general revenue, right? So it's not as though that funding wasn't. So what I did was I looked at since the last major renovation, 2012 to 2023, and said what was contributed towards the fire hall in that time frame, and basically pulling that out of our general fund accumulated surplus and putting it to the fire department reserve so that then it could be used for essentially what the developer contributions indicated it should have been reserved for. We just didn't have a policy and didn't, kind of follow that at that time.
Right. So recognizing this council is now aware that we can charge amenities for whatever pet project we want, save the whales, whatever it is, we can do that and we can request that. And so keep that in mind, council, because the thing is we have a little bit of development going on in this town. So we can actually talk with our planning department anyways to work on that, where we feel that if there is something like we want to improve habitat, or something like that on our ocean or on the estuary and so forth. So keep that in mind. However, on the fire department, we have a reciprocal agreement with that would be Area G. Sorry, you don't call it reciprocal. It's a
Fire services agreement with the two RDN areas.
Correct.
Yep.
The fire services agreement with those that don't have their own fire halls and departments and so forth. In my mind, I would need to have a look at the figures. I don't believe that that's being adequately funded for the services being provided. And I would like to know how that amount is, like, you know, a call out or whatever, if it goes to the two areas. What does that look like? How do we come out to that amount that we back charge, the RDN? Anyways, how does that amount arrived at? And does it include things like $330,000 for a consultant report to improve the fire hall, which is going to improve the services to those areas? In the water fund, when we have the RWS, we have another partner with that, with Area E, when we put through a capital cost expenditure, when we put in a new filter, something like that. We take that percentage and it's 27, you know, if it's $1 million, we take that 27% that RDN pay, and they pay 27% of that $1 million. Do we have the same provision for the fire services reciprocal agreement? Do we have, like, I'm just thinking, like, we have $330,000 here, which is going to improve the fire delivery service. Absolutely, I get that. But I think that we should share that cost. I think there should be a way that we share that cost with the areas that don't have all the expenses of a fire hall. Many other electoral areas in our area have the fire hall and all the expenses and so forth, and that gets attributed directly to that group.
Right, and we do.
Yes,
It's
yes.
just a separate legal structure, like
Yes.
the water joint ventures are set up as a partnership, and it's a very formal structure.
Yes.
Reported out every year on annual financial statements. With respect to our fire services agreement, it's typically a 5-year agreement, and it's based on what we bring forward as the financial plan for the fire department, all of the capital, all of the operating,
Yeah.
and then based on proportion of calls and values of the properties.
Yes.
And then there's provisions for if the financial plan was out by more than a percentage, then we basically recover that additional amount in the subsequent 5 years or whatever time frame based on discussion. So all of those costs related to the fire department, while not split out on our financial plan, it's picked up basically in the one revenue number that is their share of all of those costs.
Right. So you're saying that, you know, every time they buy a Band-Aid that goes into the first aid kit, that is put into that ledger for the fire department. And then that is then broken down to the services to the other contributing members that we have reciprocal. So every expense, including that 330,000 that we do, that's going to be allocated into that thing. So it's going to be split up with everyone that's enjoying that service.
Right.
Or benefiting from that service.
Reporting out on it, and the agreement is renewed and things like that. So there are provisions in there of the agreement that are revisited every 5 years. But yes, it's not done annually like the joint ventures are in terms of
Right.
splitting that out and reporting back to them,
Yeah.
because essentially we have all of the costs and we're providing a service. So we bill them for that service annually. Where with the joint ventures, it's very much a partnership. Here's your share, here's our share. So I just want to be clear that the fire hall isn't a partnership. It's a service that we're providing, just like other services that we provide to our own residents. So the 5-year agreement defines what the share percentage is. And as the fire chief has shown you in the past, the percentage of calls there versus here and things like that. But that funding, of course, goes a long way towards reducing the cost for our Parksville residents, because there's a fixed level of costs at the fire hall that we would need to incur whether we provided that external service or not. So it provides a big chunk towards that kind of fixed cost as well. So yes, that is something that is shared as we move forward, annually revisiting what the actuals were, and then looking forward to determine the revenue number for the 5 years based on the 5-year financial plan.
Okay, so
Yeah.
as director of finance, you're suggesting to me that the costing analysis that was put through there is adequate to cover the services received.
I believe it is. Yeah. And a large part of,
I'm good with that.
yeah, a large
I-
part of it
I-
is that contribution to the fixed that
Okay.
really is very beneficial.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
That's good. Thanks. Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. To you and also through you to staff. One area that I'm not entirely convinced that is maybe a fair costing that we share with them is with the RDN, everything that they touch that we deal with, and they charge us an administration fee. I believe it's around 10% or so. Are we charging the same fee back at them for when we handle things like the fire service? Like, 'cause what I hear is that we charge them their proportion, but they get our staff time and everything, sounds like for free, whereas they charge us 10%, whether it's for the garbage, whether it's for the recreation, the pool, the, fields and all this type of thing. So it seems to me that there's a gap there that could perhaps be closed and that maybe we're losing out on our administration costs to them.
Yeah, through the mayor, there is certainly an administrative component built into our financial plan related to the fire department. So they share an allocation of costs of all kinds of corporate nature, as well as the fire chief's administrative time. So no, we don't charge 10% extra for admin or anything like that. But I feel like with our relationship with the RDN, we have staff on their side and our side that are both contributing towards that. So it's certainly something to think about. And I know, we do look at the RDN financial plans to understand kind of what costs are included on their side, because there are things like the wastewater that, certainly include an administrative component from their perspective that we get billed in Parksville as well. So certainly when we look at the fire services agreement, that administrative that's one of the costs that can be shared amongst the two.
And the reason why I mention that too is not just for the fire service there, but there's a duplicate of services. Water, the bylaw, the planning department, that we essentially pay for to administration across the board at the RDN, as well as, we already have it here, but we're forced to pay for theirs as well.
And to echo what Councillor Fraz has said, like, it's an administration service to provide a service. We know we pay that to the RDN recreation because they do our bookings and so forth, and we pay an admin charge of that. But where we provide services, as in fire, you're suggesting that there is already an administration amount built into it. And then would that also occur like on the water, the administration? So we already build that into it because we're supplying a service there too.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we have allocations within those financial plans of corporate time or perhaps engineering time to services that they support. So yeah, there is that factored into the financial plan directly or through an indirect costing within the financial plan.
Perfect. Thank you. Are you good with that, Councillor Press? Okay, thanks. It's a good point. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I even ran for council, I came to the meetings for about 9 months. I went through a lot of budget meetings. It was kind of boring, and they were at nighttime too, which was a little more difficult than it is now. Anyway, I decided that I would run, and mainly it was to do with how the finances were. And I couldn't possibly have things not run properly. And this seems very, very stable, and we're not going crazy. We have a little, tariff thing going on now. Yeah, things come and go, but that's my peace of mind. And I got that before I even ran. And I thank you very much. You're carrying it on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I know.
Any more questions?
Yes, I mean,
Questions or comments?
like,
Okay, so the process then is we see before us. Do you have any more, Jenna?
There is more, and it might be good to just do it all as one motion. And the next part, so the first
Yes.
section is the accumulated surplus. And the second section, which also is within your report, is to look at what's in what I found when I was researching, updating the reserve and surplus bylaw, is that we've been kind of keeping some pots of money within our accumulated surplus and capital, and there weren't necessarily specific bylaws to match up each of these funds. So what I'm calling on this chart as a legacy capital reserve is the amounts that were put in a capital reserve, even though there wasn't necessarily a reserve bylaw tied to that. What council gave 3 readings to at the last council meeting was to create that reserves and surplus bylaw, and then that will get adopted next meeting. Or is it today's meeting? Okay. So what I'm suggesting with yes, this meeting, yeah, yeah, is to take those amounts that were essentially put aside for capital over the last however many years since Parksville started. And what I did was I drilled down on all of those and looked at what the source of various amounts was. And anything related to infrastructure that was put into that reserve, I'm suggesting we put towards the new asset management reserve in each of the funds. And then on the next page, we've got some amounts that were also are now part of our property tax increase that were collected for infrastructure renewal that are also getting put into the asset management reserve because that's the purpose for which they were implemented. And then there's some other amounts. So what I'll do is just walk through those so that you have an understanding of what amounts were in there. As you know, typically when capital projects were brought forward, it was to do the roads, the drainage, the water, and the sewer. So you'll see a number of those go across and impact all funds. So we collected for a project on Stanford, on McKinnon, and Wallace Street that for whatever reason at the time didn't happen. And so those amounts were transferred in reserve because property taxes were collected in the year for that. There were also some amounts that were collected for Bagshaw and Weld Street that never were completed, moving those over to the asset management reserve. What I know is that in the last few years, we've also spent some of that money towards Moss Avenue and towards some asphalt improvements. So I'm saying we should deduct that from the amounts that were otherwise there. Finally, we always attribute interest to the capital reserves every year. So I'd like to transfer the amount of interest that relates to those funds again over to our asset management reserve. So that's across all 3 of our operating reserves. The next slide shows the amount that we collected, which is the 0.5% of property taxes.
Right.
And so that amount is in there, as well as the 4 million funding envelope that was collected as well. And that was something that we started in 2023. Again, pulling over the interest that relates to those amounts in all 3 funds. The next item was $81,500 was put into the capital reserve related to a records management project, which is not capital. So I'm suggesting that we transfer that over to our future expenditures reserve. The balance that's left in that capital, the kind of what I call the legacy capital reserve, is being transferred to the general capital reserve, the new one. And so just as a reminder to council, the capital reserve allows any projects, renewal, brand new, anything at all that is capital. The asset management reserve is specifically for the renewal or the replacement of current infrastructure. And those are the things that are identified within our master plans, within our asset management plans, where we're looking at how do we replace our current infrastructure? Do we replace parts of it? Or are there things that won't get replaced? That'll be funded out of our asset management reserve. So you'll see that again across all of the reserves. And then the transfer from the previous slide, which was the unrestricted surplus transfer of 2.5 million and 3.4 million. And then there's a transfer of an amount that was in the carry forward reserve related to some leftover of some infrastructure projects of 58,000. Just looking for council's approval to sort that fund out as well and bring that in from there. And then giving you the new balances in each of these capital funds starting at the end of 2023. Sorry, this is at the end of 2024 on the capital to reflect the contributions in the 2024 financial plan. So then those are the amounts then that would roll into the current 5-year financial plan for application to various projects.
Thank you. So Jenna, it's getting into the nitty and gritty, but if you could help me understand, I see there could be some overlap between the asset management reserve, what it's used for, as well as capital reserve. Just anticipating there would be some overlap. So how would we differentiate if some project would rather be an asset management reserve where the money will come from rather than a capital reserve?
Yeah, thank you for your question through the mayor. So what I think the next step in all of this process is that the asset management reserve, we will want to tie that to the long-term financial plan that flows from our asset management program. And so as part of our work plan this year for finance is to bring to council some funding alternatives. So council may decide to fund 50% of replacement costs for all of the current infrastructure over time. So we would build out a 50-year plan or something. Here's the amount in order to fund that level that needs to be contributed every year. And then we would compare that to what we're currently contributing, with the assumption that the other 50% would come from taxpayers at that time and or grants or whatever assumptions we want to make. So that one really is more of a mathematical equation because we want to be able to provide for the replacement of infrastructure that is critical and that is in place right now. The capital reserve gives council opportunity to add an enhancement to current infrastructure, to build something completely new, like a theater in the park or other new infrastructure. So that one is less restricted. It could be renewal, replacement, or brand new. It would just need to be capital. But to give you an example, there may be a current road that doesn't have sidewalks or bike lanes or anything. And so we would bring you the replacement within the infrastructure reserve to replace same for same. But maybe council says we want all new projects to come with a bike lane and a sidewalk, then in theory, the incremental amount for that kind of enhancement or extra level of service would come from the capital reserve. Okay. Okay. If there's no other questions, then what I would be looking for from council, if you're comfortable with all of those transfers, is just direction to incorporate those within the financial plan. And as I said, those will basically be net zero within the financial plan, but all transfers to and from reserves should be incorporated into the financial plans. And so it would be just a matter of getting your direction on that, and then we would go ahead with that. What would happen after the audited financial statements? Marley will bring you recommendations for 2024. We would factor those into the next financial plan. We're not going to do that before you've received the audited financial statements for next year.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you. So staying with the same the general fund capital and the asset management reserves. So I'm looking at the sources of funding for these. For both of them, it's a percentage of the property taxes. So is it equally split from the 0.5% that we're collecting for the two? How are we funding these two reserves?
Right. The 0.5% goes directly into the asset management fund of the general fund reserve. So it goes into asset management. If you recall, council approved as part of this current financial plan, an additional 0.5% that is being split 30% of that to water fund and 20% to sewer fund. So that'll start in 2025 with respect to that. And again, going into that asset management reserve in each of those funds.
Yeah.
And my recommendation on that in terms of the split is that coming forward with what I see as the excess amount in the accumulated surplus, putting that into the capital reserve to give council flexibility on that. And so going forward, given that in theory, our financial plan takes care of the contributions to the asset management reserve, each year when or if there's surplus in a year, council may choose to allocate to the general capital reserve to give yourselves flexibility on going forward. You can always use it for replacement or renewal, but then at least it leaves you with some flexibility from that. Again, assuming that within the financial plan every year, we're taking care of the infrastructure piece. And we're getting really close to having all these pieces in place. Yeah.
Council, we've had excellent presentation here by Jetta. Jetta has proposed a number of initiatives here that puts it on sound financial basis, and I'm blown away. I'm absolutely so pleased that you've been able to put this together for us. You know, I think we said reserves once, and then you just grabbed that and you just took it to the next level. And I think you're putting us in a much better place to even out the bumps on the road. And that's very important for us because there's a lot of bumps in the road lately, and we have to deal with that as they come up. So I'm very comfortable with your proposals that you've done. You've taken it to a far higher limit than what we ever anticipated. I'll start out with the asset infrastructure management plan, and it went from there. So I'm very comfortable with this. Council, if you've asked need any other questions, now's the time to do it, but I'm going to ask for a move or second or further recommendations unless there's any other questions first. You want to move? Oh, okay. Good. I'm good with that. Do I have a move and a second or further recommendations as noted? Moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? Except, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
All those in favor? That carries unanimous.
Okay, one more slide. And that is really just to say, we'll continue all of these amended financial plan discussions on Wednesday and bring you more recommendations. These won't be incorporated in Wednesday, but it'll be in the final pieces. See you Wednesday.
Thank you, Jetta. That was amazing. Council, are the lights dimming in here? Or is it just me? Okay. There's one item of unfinished business from the CAO regarding the public waste receptacle policy. This report and policy was introduced to council back in December 16th, 2024, and referred to a committee of the whole for further discussion. On March 3rd, 2025, council received a presentation in committee of the whole and subsequently passed resolution 25037. That council endorsed the following motion passed during the March 3rd, 2025 committee of the whole meeting, that the proposed public waste receptacle request policy number 8.25 be placed on a future council meeting agenda for approval as originally presented at the December 16th, 2024 regular meeting. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. We have a bylaw for the final adoption here for the non-statutory reserves and surplus funds establishment bylaw 2025 number 1596 to establish the non-statutory reserves and surplus funds. Do I move or second for the following? Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you. We have 3 notices of motion on the agenda. Councillor Wood regarding an endorsement to stand for Federation of Canadian Municipal Board, for the FCM, as we like to call them. This motion has been provided on the agenda in lieu of notice, so council may vote on it today. So here we go. Councillor Wood, would you like to read out your recommended motion?
Thank you, Mayor. And since it is 4:41 in the afternoon, I'm going to go quite quickly through this recommendation. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. Whereas FCM's board of directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's annual general meeting will be held in conjunction with the annual conference and trade show May 29th to June 1st, 2025, followed by the election of the FCM's board of directors. Be it resolved that the Council of the City of Parksville endorse Councillor Sean Wood to stand for election as a director on FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2025 and continuing until the conclusion of the current council term in October 2026. And Be it further resolved that all costs associated with Councillor Sean Wood attending FCN's Board of Directors meetings in person be assumed by the Union of BC Municipalities, UBCM Small Communities Travel Fund.
That is seconded by Councillor Beal. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Wood. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Gore regarding the liaison to Oceanside Task Force on Homelessness. Councillor Gore, I'll pass that over to you to read out your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just read the recommendation first. I'll look for a seconder. That council approve the appointment of a liaison position from amongst its members to the Oceanside Task Force on Homelessness, and that the mayor consult members for their interest in this position before confirming the city's representative. Once I have a seconder, I will speak to it.
I'm going to second this for discussion at this particular point, and I'm going to give you the liberty to explain your notice here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we already are aware that we had a liaison to this organization previously, actually when it was first formed years ago. Since then, we've always had one. And occasionally, yes, we did not. But previously, we made a decision to not to have a liaison anymore, including with the RDN. And those decisions were made in camera for a reason. And after that, we received correspondence from the task force asking for, well, kind of telling us what steps they've taken to address our concerns. And since then, I also spoke with both Susanna Newton and Violet Hayes in depth, whether they would like us to be back at the table, what benefit would this give to the task force. I just want to read a few things that they've sent to me, that they acknowledge that the mistakes were made in the past, lessons have been learned. They are very eager to have a liaison back, and I think council received a letter confirming that from Susanna. They are undergoing some changes. They are going to have a strategic plan very soon. Looks like there were questions about the name task force itself, because typically a task force would have a specific task, a mission with a timeline to achieve that. But I think it's one of their agenda items to address the task force naming itself. So in the new strategic plan, what I've heard from the members, or the co-chairs, I should say, is a variety of members that are expected to be at that board, including the MLA, the MP, Island Health representatives, Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, Community Living BC. So when all these members will be at that board, it's in my opinion that is important for the city of Parksville to be at that board when those important considerations are made, when decisions are made, or they're all looking for solutions to address the issues of homelessness or reducing homelessness. I know Councillor Beal was previously on the task force and can speak to what works the task force has done previously in addressing not just the issues of homelessness, but also preventing homelessness. So I'll leave it at that. I think what I heard from the chairs and the co-chairs, this will be a very motivational thing for them if they see that the city of Parksville is willing to reinstate the liaison, that they want to work with us, they want to make those important changes, and I want to give them a chance, but I really want to hear what other council members have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a couple points here I need to make on the onset right here. Is number one, your recommendation the council approve the appointment of a liaison. Liaison appointments are approved and appointed by the mayor. Okay, and there's a reason we do this. And all the liaison appointments, as we set up at the very start of our term, the mayor appoints those. This is not a council decision. This is the mayor's appointment to appoint a liaison to the different liaison positions. And so to your motion, it's not a council decision. The second part of this is that's troubling is that we resolution made anyways earlier, well, it was actually in 24, recently though, to remove our liaison position from the Oceanside Task Force. And there was a reason for that. And it was because the members that were attending this meeting were not feeling respected. In fact, it was considered very unsupportive for the individuals, and they were not respected properly as the council already and directors as they are. This is the second time that this has happened on a previous council. They once again treated one of our council members at the time with most disrespect, and it was very alarming to say the least, at which time we pulled our liaison at that time. So that is the mayor's choice. We actually had that resolution put into place for this last one. We had a vote on it. And so to suggest that now we're going to change that again to put a member on the task force is just simply not the way we do business, because there's no reconsideration that would have been brought up at the time. And so, and I have to point out why this reason did not come lightly to remove a member of council from this liaison position. As mayor, I have to recognize that I will never let any persons in our community or outside of our community disrespect or mistreat our council members. And unfortunately, it happened numerous times at the task force meetings by certain individuals that were members of the task force. Very inappropriate behavior. And it's not acceptable. It is not acceptable to be a bully. It is not acceptable to make disparaging remarks. I'll go a little further to tell you that even though we received a letter from Suzanne Newton and Violet as well, I understand their position as well. But at the same time, it took an awful long time for them to recognize the fact that there was a very damaging source of membership at their meetings and so forth that was not, let's say it's not in line with the values of safety and security that we're trying to provide for our city. And I'll be quite blunt here. And when I suggest that certain other members of their committee, they also went after myself when I was invited to a anniversary of the Orca Place as a speaker to celebrate that event, which I was very proud to do, and I'm very pleased with Orca Place. However, during that attendance at that meeting, one of the members, and I won't mince words, it was man of ministry, came up to me, and when I was finished my speech, and I was meeting with different staff members as well as Violet, came up to me and numerous times, it was down in the community park, and continued to do the chest finger pointing. I had to ask him to remove himself from my personal space, and he repeatedly kept on saying, "You, Mayor O'Brien, are responsible for the deaths of 7 individuals in our community." And he kept on repeating it over and over and over again. I had to walk over to another area of the presentation, and was talking with other people. He continued doing this as well. He is a member of this task force as well, and Man of Ministries is very much a part of this. And for them to disrespect the mayor in so much that the Travis DeQuain was out at the same time and so forth. And I had to I chose to leave because I didn't want a scene being created. So this is unfortunate this happens, but it happens continually. Man of Ministries has been taking ads out in the paper that we had to tell the newspaper to describe that what he was saying was very derogatory towards us, once again, contributing into our dilemma with dealing with the homelessness, which we've done a very good job, in my opinion, our team. So this is continuing to go on because there is one goal that they have besides working with the homelessness. They are very adamant, continually advising that we need a homeless shelter in Parksville. Are you in agreement with that? They constantly say we need a homeless shelter in Parksville. And that goes exactly against what we want to incur in Parksville, because it's been suggested in municipalities in British Columbia that there should be no homeless shelters actually in any municipality of less than 30,000 people, because we simply don't have the resources to accommodate that. And it proved very well and true when one member of the homeless task force ran such a homeless shelter at the Parksville Community Center. It was nothing but chaos, and it amounted to a attack on the neighborhood and all the businesses around. We heard from that for months and months afterwards while this went on. So it was not well managed, and yet they continue to think that this is how we should be managing in Parksville, and they continue to push for this. And I find it's very undermining to our efforts. My efforts in particular, and I know council was with me when I said, when running for this office, I said, I want to promote a safe and secure community. And yet, all the phone calls and all the reports of the disgusting behavior in the neighborhood where this homeless shelter was amounted to no action by the task force to change that behavior, to improve the situation. It went on and on and on. We had numerous presentations from the RCMP saying that their call volume went up from like 200 to 700, which they said it was past capacity. As well, the taxpayers of Parksville paid more because our fire search and rescue also go out and call us. And as you heard from Jetta today, every one of those ones, taxpayers of Parksville are paying for that to call out. So they created so much demand on our services. And yet the people in our businesses and town of Parksville expect to be safe and secure. We had people barge into our meetings to say they didn't feel safe. You have to change this. We had numerous phone calls and emails and photos of what was going on. And so we took action as Parksville with all of our service providers, like the police and the fire and the bylaw compliance officer, to make sure that the homeless in our area were not creating such disruption that people were afraid to go out into the streets. The businesses were losing money. Business owners were beat up by the shoplifters that came in. And these were homeless individuals that were clearly under the influence. And I know it's not their fault, right? But here we go. So we said, we can't let this happen. So we have a mandate in our city here to take care of the homeless that are here of us. And that's why we have a very successful 54-unit Orca Place supportive housing project. It took 54 people off our streets here. But we can't solve the rest of Canada's problems. The Canada problems, they continue to arrive from other areas. They will only arrive to other areas where they feel their services or they can get away with whatever they want to do. I'm not in favor of that. I'm here to support the safety and security of our businesses, their success, and not have them threaten. We're leaving town. The businesses saying we're not operating, we're shutting down, cancel our business license. We're leaving Parksville because we're not safe. They had to actually hire, and the PDVA had to hire a special security service that all the businesses pay into just to remove the individuals from their door fronts in the morning because they did not feel safe. I have a great deal of empathy for the people of the homeless. You know that from my past history. However, at this particular time, I am not prepared to go back to the Oceanside Homeless Task Force to try and let them fulfill their needs of creating a shelter that is just not in value with our safety and security of our city. So to your request, I'm going to decline your request at this time. But I'll let it open to other people on this issue. So, Councillor Bill, did you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a couple of comments, based on a number of things that you've said. I do feel that there is some misunderstanding and perhaps even confusion about the many goals of the task force, and it is really not limited to just one particular thing. In the interest of time, I don't really want to spend a lot of time on that, but I do think that there's room for some education as to what exactly the task force, where it came from, and I realize that you do understand that, but also what it has been working on and what it has been successful in doing over the past period of time. I would also, and I'm very aware of the time, so I think this could go on much longer than we have time for today. I would like to add, though, that since you did mention Manna by name, I have been the liaison to the task force for some time, and I was previously. Manna has not been at that table. So I'm not sure where that misinformation is. I believe that they had been invited at one time, and I know that at one time, one member of that organization had attended once or twice, but they have not been at that table. So I think, among other things, to have perhaps an updated information of who in fact is at that table could be interesting. I thought it was great that I did receive that letter. Well, we all received that letter from them, and including the terms of reference, and one can see going through that, I think that does provide some information. I think, as Councillor Gore mentioned, there were some real challenges there with membership in the task force, and I think they tried very hard to get everyone on board, and they probably took longer with that than should have happened. But changes have been made. Work on a strategic plan has taken place. They continue to work with the Tourism Association to manage rent subsidies for workers in the tourism industry who would otherwise not be able to afford rent, or who experience unexpected financial difficulties. They work with landlords who so that they manage the rent for, again, people who would end up being homeless.
Councillor Beal, I'm well aware of what they do. Let's talk about the subject right here.
Okay, fine, I will.
About where they don't meet our values.
What I did hear from you was that the number one, or the thing, was about a homeless shelter, and that's not. It's so much more than that. So
but you admit that they are very adamant that they would like to have a homeless shelter in Parksville. And they continue to push us to create a homeless shelter.
I haven't been there, so I really don't know what the focus has been at this time.
Sorry, point of order,
It has been
Mayor, if
withdrawn.
you can get
My
extension,
point-
please, if you can get extension so we can finish the next notice of motion
Yeah,
as well.
I really think we have other things that are on this agenda. I would just like to raise an issue. I do take an exception to the comment about Manna, because I have not seen them at that meeting at all.
Okay, but that is, you also referred that they had another member there that was a member that is no longer there. You agree that, and that was pretty upsetting for many of our residents and businesses when that other member was there. They didn't remove that member. They didn't remove that member when it was pointed out that it was. Well, I won't get into the names because we're not on camera. So could we have a request for an extension? Okay. Yeah. So we're not even there yet, because the public hearing wasn't until 1:30. Okay. So thank you, CAO. Councillor Fraza.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Primarily, I'm not sure what we'd be gaining from bringing a liaison back to this group that calls themselves a task force. We had made a decision on this already, and it's not the first time we've this council, even though it might have been the first time for this term, but that we've had to remove members from this group. But they don't function as a task force, and it's not necessary for us to be there. They don't need us to be there, and there's nothing they provide to us. Our relationship with them still functions, and I think better actually, away from them, where they can come to us with things like the shower program that we approve. We have not stood in the way of useful different programs and that. But there's nothing that we provide for them. We don't have staff time to give to them. If it's just moral support, they're looking for validation to feel that they're more of a useful group. Maybe that's the aim of it, but I'm not sure why. Like in their letter, they request us to be there, but I don't see the point of it. The task force is usually set with the objective of accomplishing a goal, right? And they should be finding solutions or asking for requests and bringing to different groups and say, hey, look, like kind of like a committee of a whole. We've made these recommendations. This we'd like to see done, but that's not how they function. They function as a group that only listens to themselves for the input, for the benefits of themselves. And they keep on doing different projects that's always changing, whether it's the pamphlets or whether it's, who knows what else type thing. So the point being that they're not functioning as a task force. Task force, once it completes this goal, should be shut down because the task has been completed. In my opinion, things like Orca Place was the completion of what the task force was brought about to do to address the homelessness. They brought forward the homeless count. So these are the identifiable numbers. Here's the homes that we're building for them. And that's been accomplished. So I'm not sure how they continue to operate, even under what charter they operate under. They kind of seem to be as a free-for-all. I'm not sure how they handle finances, pay for ads, papers, or how that's happening. It's not very clear. But the point being is, I don't see the point of us being there at all anymore. Our time has been up. Same with the RDN. And so for us to revisit this decision that we only made recently is kind of like in the spirit of a reconsideration. And I don't see the value of it. So aside from just asking us to put it back, there's got to be, to me, some compelling reason for us to change our position. And just saying, well, they sent us a letter asking us for back. That's not compelling enough for me. So this isn't something I'm going to support. I'm surprised to see it back here. I think it's a waste of our time, and I think they function for whatever they're doing just fine without us, and we shouldn't interfere with that. And if they have something useful to bring to us, they can come as a delegation and share that with us.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I kind of agree. I was there too, and Amanda wasn't there. No, I was there at the beginning for me.
Mana was the only one I mentioned. There was other ones that were there that were very derogatory.
Yeah, and so on the other hand, I think to bring them, if they have a delegation, they want us to do something, this will be perfect. And then we will do it if we decide.
Right.
And I think that would be a really nice, respectful letter from the city saying that the door is open. You know what I'm saying? It's not that we're closing them off. It's just that we're not going to have someone sitting there all the time. Because it is, for me personally, it's going in circles again, like what can you do? There's other things that can be done, and that for my time wouldn't be worthwhile. On the other hand, if they come with a delegation, they want something from us, then we can decide. And, they're respectful people, and they have a couple of bad pennies in there. Maybe they'll be gone. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's how I look at it. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything? Councillor Grant, go ahead.
I think just further to what Councillor Frass was saying, what is this organization? I don't think is entirely clear. And I don't think that it's necessarily the issues that led to not just Parksville taking back our liaison, but also the regional district before we did, relates to a governance issue. And until this organization sorts out their governance challenges, I don't really see the benefit. I have attended a meeting, and the process of the meeting I found to be productive. And that comes down to governance, not the players per se. If the players could potentially be the exact same people at that table with a proper governance process and a proper understanding of what they're all there to do, maybe things would be different. But I didn't find it to be particularly productive or the kind of environment that would be conducive to improving what they state they're there to do, which is improving the situation for the most vulnerable people in our community. And I don't think it serves anybody to continue in that current form. The individual organizations, SOS, ICCS, they do great work in the community. And that's whether it's the shower program, some of the different things have been mentioned at this table just now. Those are working with the Tourism Association. Those are the initiatives of the organizations that make up that task force. And so that work is being done anyway. So if they want to meet informally or formally, please go ahead. But if it's something that is going to be if I don't see why we're reconsidering this, I guess, right? Like, things haven't changed. It's the structure of the organization is the same. The terms of reference or whatever structure set it up to begin with, the governance, all that, as far as I understand, is the same. So until that changes and they want to make a formal request themselves, maybe as a delegation or whatever else, sure, but maybe consider it then. But right now, it just seems like a reconsideration for, I'm not sure why.
Sure. And that was exactly my point, that we already have business relationships with the SOS and the Island Crisis Care Society. And they're very good relationships, and we have good meetings, and we have worked collaboratively to many success stories with those two organizations, because they're governed well and they function properly with respect to each of the partners. And I will continue to actually promote that. What we do is with many of the things that we've done with Orca Place and with the SOS. So I totally respect that, but I feel that there's no value, there's no benefit to having a liaison position to this organization. So unless there's anything else compelling, yeah, yes, go ahead, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. However this, if we are going to vote on it, however it goes, I think we want to make it clear that any organization can fill out the forms to become a delegation and present to this council if they have, an idea for us to vote on. And I also would say that that being mayor is a difficult job. And if someone wants to, run and think they can do a better job as mayor, then they can have at it. But you have to balance businesses, you have to balance the surrounding communities around services. And across the entire province and the country, what we see is the negative impacts of services on the surrounding community. And we have Orca Place, and very, very few complaints we get because it is run so well, and it has very few negative impacts on the surrounding community. And when service providers can understand that that is their job, if they want to provide a service, is provide a service that has very few negative impacts on the surrounding community. When we see more of that, it will be very easy to approve more and more of these things. And I wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And that's exactly what we feel anyways. And there is the opportunity, but anyways, I won't go over past history about some of those delegations that did come to our council meetings, not very respectfully. Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. Just to address a few points that are mentioned. First of all, I will speak for myself. When we voted to remove the liaison, I did not vote. Sure, it was. My intention was not as a permanent removal.
Sorry.
Okay. This request is not just a reconsideration. Things have changed, like I mentioned, but if it looks like council feels we need more from the task force co-chairs or the members, perhaps we could defer it until we get a formal delegation from them, a formal request where they can explain us what has changed, who else would be at that table with them. I think I'm okay with the deferment at this time.
We've already decided. We've already decided we don't just keep on voting on the issue just because it didn't go the way that you wished. So it's already been decided. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this on the table as we had a good discussion here, but it's not going to be considered anyways because it was not brought forth in a reconsideration.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to call it out for those because I was unclear. Those opposed are Councillor Fraz, Councillor Martin, Councillor Grenz, Councillor Wood, and Councillor Beal. Thank you. Does not go through. Thank you. So let's move on to something else. Oh, Councillor Gore. Back to you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
We have a next notice of motion from Councillor Gore regarding cancellation of his leave of absence. Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thanks to the mayor and council at the last meeting, taking this on a fly, and appreciate accepting the request for leave.
No, if I can ask you to make your motion.
That resolution.
And then I'll give it to you.
That resolution 25-046 passed on March 17th, 25, regarding a granting leave of absence for Councillor Gore be rescinded. A seconder.
Right. Seconded by Councillor Beal. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you for, again, last time approving this leave of absence. Since then, I received more information. I no longer need the leave of absence. I will be fulfilling all my council duties, so I don't need the leave. Thank you.
Okay, so, okay. But when you met with us previously, you also advised that you were no longer needing a leave of absence because you were not going to go on deployment. Is that correct?
That's up to me, but I would love to have an opportunity to deploy, and I will definitely deploy at the earliest opportunity I get. And I will continue to fulfill my council duties. So this is just asking that I no longer need a leave. What I do when I'm not in council, I think it's my private business, to be honest, as long as I keep fulfilling my council duties.
So this to me just seems like you're trying to do an end run around doing your council duties, which I already explained to you, that you cannot do your council duties when you're on a deployment for a six-month period. You cannot do your council duties. We already explained to you. Is that correct? Is that what you're still intending to try to do?
So, Mr. Mayor, to be very clear with you, where does it say that I cannot do my council duties when I'm on deployment?
Councillor Fraz, go ahead.
Through the mayor to staff, is it required to have a motion to cancel to cancel a leave? Because my understanding is that a leave of absence is a permission, not a sentence. Do you have to take a leave, like even though it was provided that he could have a leave? Canceling it is not something that somebody could just not take?
CAO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you. If I may, so the challenge for staff is that we have an approved leave of absence, which we basically would take direction from June to December to place the counselor on leave. So they technically won't be getting their stipend, they wouldn't be getting emails, they wouldn't be participating in council. So I think there was some confusion at the meeting. The request was made, but we now have a motion approved by council that counselor is essentially suspended from their duties on their request during a leave. And so I think there does need to be clarification for staff what the status of that council member is during that period. And that I did recommend, and I believe some others may have spoken with Councillor Gore, that if he no longer needs the leave, that it should be rescinded, and therefore it's like it never happened.
I can follow up.
Go ahead, Councillor Friend.
I guess the question is though, does it have to come through a motion? Could it not come through just like a letter from that counselor that they're not requiring their leave? Because as I mentioned, it's not something that's imposed upon them. It's something that's granted to them.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, the problem is that if they had just done it informally and said, oh, we're gonna, perhaps get this leave, then we could have dealt with it. The problem is we have a council approval, a unanimous council decision that places that person on leave. So it is tricky for staff to go against council direction. And so we need clarification that is no longer being requested.
But you can't get an informal leave. Like you can't request informal leave. You can only request it by a resolution of council.
Exactly. So we need the council to cancel the leave that they have granted, because they've basically put the councillor on leave for that period of time. So we have a motion directing staff to essentially put that person on leave. So we just need council to clarify that that's no longer required.
Okay. If I may then a comment for council, can I make a comment to council?
Make a comment?
Yeah.
Go make a comment.
Yeah, so through the mayor to council, for me, this is an easy one then too. If the counselor isn't required to take a leave, then I would easily grant them the leave. I think for me, it's harder to consider the reason to take a leave, but to come back to the table here, it's an obvious one for me. That's the goal, is to be here and to get the perspectives and have our elected representatives here as much as they're able. So I'll be in favor of providing them a leave unless there's a compelling reason, or sorry, to
Rescinding the leave.
to provide their request. Yeah, I would have been in favor of providing them too, but yeah, happy to have them here as well. So it's not an issue for me personally. I'm open to heering how you guys say it.
Councillor Grant, did you have, I thought you had, did you have your hand? Okay. No. Sylvia wants a second, but I'm not even taking it as a motion here yet. Go ahead, Councillor Beal. Sorry? Yes. Yes. Comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I would certainly like to support this request, and I appreciate that it's unfortunate that it ended up taking, time, et cetera, council, and one learns a lot. And I appreciate that Councillor Gore has received further information clarifying the situation, and that in fact would allow this request that it be rescinded, and that also eliminates any concern that that we might not have quorum or any of those other things. And also I appreciate that, should in the future, whether it be Councillor Gore or someone else for some reason need to request a leave, that, one doesn't need to make that request, 6 months ahead or the like, right? That I would hope that we would consider it with open minds and open hearts, and make the right call at that time. So I certainly want to support this. And again, it's unfortunate. We went through all of that, but lessons learned. Thank you.
Yeah, well, see, what the situation is here is just by attending by Zoom, and recognize that the Zoom calls were brought in during the pandemic. And when the times were in the odd time when we couldn't meet, were ordered not to meet. So that was during the pandemic. However, then we continued to allow Zoom participation by those individuals, like for a short period of time, but to actually allow that for a 6-month period of time, I don't feel that the council member, any of us, can achieve all of our council duties besides just attending a meeting via Zoom by not being physically here. And the Zoom has its limitations, I'll say to that, and it's harder for a chair as well to make sure that we have quorum and so forth, and that could be problematic as well. So to suggest that any of us can just go away for 6 months and move to another place, and I can go take a contracting consulting job in another country, and as long as I Zoom into the meetings, I should still be able to do that. I don't feel that's fulfilling it. Being personally available here in your community for what you chose to do is what you're elected to do. So that's just my comments. Sure, go ahead.
So staff, if through the mayor to staff, if you could clarify this, any vote against this motion per se, kind of puts me on a mandatory leave, which I read the charter says is 109.3 section, which is a paid leave, and only the member when they've been charged with criminal offense or they're being charged or whatever. So to me, any vote against this motion would be a vote against the spirit of the charter, correct?
That it's not anything to do with a leave for a criminal offense.
I didn't say I was going to vote against it, did I? Yeah. Any further comments?
I would like to make one comment that I appreciate that we do live in a time when technology can really assist us, and something may come up that people will be away. However, I know from myself, I communicate with residents and with constituents, often via email or telephone calls and so on. And I certainly consider that to be fully present and involved in my community. It's not the only way. Of course, I'm running down streets and all through the area, but people may be called away for work and for various reasons. And that's really none of my business. What is important to me is that we practice due diligence in considering things that come before council and maintaining contact and information about and with our community. So I'm not going to comment beyond that. I think that we're all adults here. We all put our names forth for good reasons and we'll make decisions accordingly for our own selves and bring them forward. And I'm going to support this request.
Call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. I'll move on now to liaison reports. Let's see if we can get going so that we can get out of here without a motion to extend. Councillor Beal. And Councillor Beal and Councillor Beal. Times 3.
What? Okay, I will make a couple of liaison reports. First of all, ELCO, that's the Early Learning Childcare Coalition for Oceanside. And ELCO received funds from Spark BC to assess the state of childcare in the Oceanside region. Recruitment and retention of early childcare educators had previously been identified by ELCO as a concern, and that is the focus of the project. So the project's findings will be shared in 2 reports. The first report is near completion and presently in draft form, and together they are expected to provide valuable insights and recommendations, and they really have made a lot of progress with that. So that will be interesting when it comes out. Shifting to the Chamber of Commerce, I will be attending the Chamber of Commerce's AGM April 17th, and it's being held at Morning Star Golf Course, nice and early at 7:30 a.m. Tickets are $40 if anyone else from council might also like to attend, and I'm looking forward to the meeting. As far as the Arts Council goes, the Arts Council and the Macmillan Arts Centre are busy as always. The current exhibit at the MAC is a celebration of the 25th anniversary of the local chapter of the Canadian Federation of Artists, and it's a juried show, so you have to apply to get into it, and there are first, second prizes awarded, and the exhibit's on until the end of March, and it's well worth a visit. There are so many different programs going on and even expanding. There's the Art Garden, which is separate but connected, has workshops, box office. A new satellite art gallery is opening at Brazen Poppy Cafe. But here's the big news there. Like any old building, the MAC needs some extra attention, needs for repairs and upgrades. And so they are going to be launching a 2-year fundraising campaign. So stay tuned for some more on this in the coming months. Also, you may recall that council approved a grant to the Arts Council to make some safety improvements to the ramp and the parking area. Temporary ramp improvements have been in place over the winter, but now that it's getting warmer, just waiting for drier weather, and those projects will move ahead, and they do have contractors lined up to get those improvements made.
Thank you. I see none. Thank you, Councillor Beal.
I think I mean April 27th. Sorry. Thank you.
Technicality. Have a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor Wood, second by Councillor Grenz. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.